Thursday, February 19th. I'm Jennifer Deck Samuelson, and I will start, Suzanne, with the roll call.
Yes. Mohammed Job,
Yeah, and good morning, everyone.
Gray Farron,
I'm here.
Kim Gleason,
Here, good morning.
Caleb Greenwood,
Here.
Tammy Colby,
Good morning.
Lyle Jepson, Tom Lovett, Jenna O'Farrell,
Good morning.
Rich
Good
Werner,
morning. Good morning.
Secretary Saunders, and Chair Samuelson.
Good morning, thank you. Okay, before we get started, are there any amendments to the agenda? Great. Hearing none, let me just, two things. I know that Lyle is probably not going to be with us until about 9 o'clock this morning. And I know that Tom is not here, and I know that he's been having issues getting on
I'm
either.
here.
Oh, Tom is here. Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
So with that, I will turn it to public to be heard. If there are any members of the public who wish to be heard, please press the hand icon to raise your hand. And if you're calling in, it is *5 to raise your hand. I do see Sue Siglowski and Amy Hornblass in that order. So Sue, we will start with you. Good morning. And let me just, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We do ask members to limit themselves to about 2 minutes. You are always welcome to submit any written comments that you have for inclusion with the minutes. And the board may respond depending on what it is, or you may not receive a response, but we do invite members of the public to let us know what's on their mind. So with that, Sue, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Sue Siglowski, Executive Director of the VSBA, and I just have two short points to cover this morning. First, on behalf of the VSBA, I am extending sincere gratitude to Kim Gleason and Jenna O'Farrell for their years of service to Vermont public education. And focusing on Kim, between serving on the Essex Westford School Board, the VSBA Board and Executive Committee, and serving as VSBA Treasurer, and then on the State Board, Kim has dedicated thousands of hours in support of a strong education system for Vermont students and has never wavered on the critical importance of a strong and vibrant public education system to the future of our state. She pays attention to the details, and we all know the details matter. So thank you, Kim. And also thank you to Jenna. Kim, we know you are too passionate about education to have this be the end of your contributions to Vermont, and we're excited to see what you do next. And then secondly, I understand that the State Board is discussing the governance piece of the Governor's Education Transformation proposal today. And in connection with that discussion, I wanted to let you know that I provided testimony to the House Education Committee on February 13th on behalf of the VSBA related to governance and scale. Dr. Phil Gore testified with me, and it may be helpful for the State Board members to read that testimony and listen to the recording if that's something that you will be talking about. The testimony covered district size by state, school board size, the Iowa Lighthouse Study, which is research on effective school boards and their role in advancing student achievement, and questions related to the school advisory committees. So I'm happy to send you links to that testimony. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide public comment this morning.
Great. Sue, thank you. I was going to ask if you could provide the link, so thank you for being one step ahead of me. All right. All right, Amy Hornblass.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Yes, I just have two quick requests and an announcement. I am a health educator, and so I have been very concerned hearing on the news about school closures, schools being closed due to shortages of staff and students and illness going around. And And then I've heard from other schools, I see newspaper reports that behavior issues, are off the charts. Parents are concerned about safety. And as a health educator, those two things are my top priorities. And I do understand that schools are quite germ factories and that illness going around is quite a normal thing. And I do understand that students have been under a lot of stress. But I keep hearing things like this. And so I'm very concerned about the health trends. So I'm hoping to get your help in gathering some of this data. I'm just having trouble getting through to the Agency of Education, but I'm sure this data is being tracked, like how often are schools being closed. And I'm hearing also from school board members that autoimmune diseases are increasing. And so that's my first request. My second request is that, I've been coming to your board. I don't know if I know all of you, if you've seen me over the past few years, but I have been coming for the past 5 years with concerns about face masks and the restriction of breathing and the respiratory health effects, including behavior problems and things. And so I've been asking for that to be put on the agenda. So that is my second request, is that we finally start to have this conversation, because people are very concerned. There were 3 emergency use authorized products that were given to students through the schools, in some cases required. Those were tests, masks, and vaccines. And while correlation is not causation, we do need to look at the data. We need to look at what factors have changed. We need to start really carefully tracking this. We should not let years go by without looking at this data. And so part of the reason that we have introduced a bill into the State House this year to prohibit mask requirements in educational settings across Vermont is largely due to this lack of conversation. I've been coming to you. I know other people have been coming to you, and it is in the statutes that you are required to address these concerns. School boards, school board meetings have been blowing up over this issue over the past 5 years. There are schools that were persisting in using mask mandates on students using the special education teams. This is a very dangerous, I have to say, as a health educator, very concerning and dangerous trend. And we need to talk about it. So I'm just here to say that we are united in student health. I know you guys are. I know these subjects have been unspeakable in many ways up until now, because I'm here to just let you know that folks are ready to talk about this. And that's why we are putting these things on the table. We want to be partners with you. We want to bring the data together, bring our best people together. And really, let's just look at this in the name of student health, and just start addressing these issues. If people don't even know that a product has dangers, right? It's sort of like, cigarettes and things, just ignorance does not allow for informed consent. So that's what I'm coming here to ask you for, is that to help me with the data gathering, put an agenda item on your agenda finally, so we can begin discussing this. And I will send a written request to you later today. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Again, one step ahead of me. Thank you. Yes, if you send an email, I will do my best to point you in the right direction to the agency.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to be heard? I'm not seeing any, so as is our practice, we are going to move ahead to the next item, and I will circle back in a couple of minutes just to check back in on public to be heard. So this brings us to our next agenda item, which is a recognition of Jenna and Kim. As board members and members of the public know, Jenna and Kim both joined the board in 2019. By statute, board members are given 6 years to serve a full term. And it's stunning that this is where we are today. Certainly the board will be losing a lot in terms of having both Jenna and Kim cycle off. The work that each has contributed to the board has been tremendous. The thought, the dedication, the heart that they've each brought to the board meetings, the committees that they've served on. Really, it has been quite a workload, and we are so indebted to both of you for the work that you've given to the state of Vermont. So I just want to take a moment to really recognize that this is a transition for the board, and it's going to be a challenge. So I just want to thank you guys very much. And we do have recognitions that have been prepared. I don't know, Tammy, if you want to go first. Tammy was kind of in charge of crafting Kim's, and Lyle was in charge of crafting Jenna's, but as I mentioned, Lyle is late, so if Lyle is not here, then I will read it on his behalf.
Thank you. Before I read all the formal stuff I have written down, I do want to just make a couple remarks. Kim, you're going to be missed. Thank you for all your service. Thank you for your partnership. On a personal note, thank you for your partnership in the work we did on the EQS. I am a firm believer that we would not have the EQS that we have now without your leadership and your unwavering focus on making sure that that got done. And I think throughout that process, it became clear to me, and I hope to everyone else, that your North Star is really the kids and ensuring equal educational opportunities for all students in Vermont. And that is your legacy. And I just note a personal thanks as well, and just personal recognition for all you've done. So I'd like to read the resolution from the state board in your honor. And the resolution goes like this. Whereas Kim Gleason has served the state of Vermont with dedication and distinction as a member of the State Board of Education since 2019. Whereas Kim has led with a compassionate heart, demonstrating a deep and sincere commitment to the success of Vermont schools and equal educational opportunities for all Vermont students. And whereas Kim's knowledge of the public education system, her ability to see the broader implications of state level policy in local districts, her dedication to informed policymaking have strengthened the board's ability to serve Vermont students and educators. And whereas Kim has consistently asked hard questions about education policy and practice in Vermont, helping to make the State Board of Education a stronger and more independent body, better equipped to fulfill its mission. And whereas Kim has been unwavering in her commitment to elevating student voice, ensuring that the student experience remains central to the board's discussions and decision-making processes. And whereas Kim is a natural convener, welcoming diverse opinions and striving to adopt practices that ensure quality and equity across Vermont's education system. And whereas Kim has demonstrated an impressive command of education law and practice, as demonstrated during her service as a Vermont State Board, School Boards Association board member and as an educational leader in the Essex Westford School District. And whereas Kim has exemplified Vermont's tradition of working across political perspectives in pursuit of sound education policy, prioritizing the common good over personal or partisan interests. And whereas Kim's leadership on the state board extend beyond board discussions to leadership in key board committees that were charged with revising the rules governing education in Vermont. Whereas in her role on the state's board's committees charged with updating Rules Series 2000, Education Quality Standards, and 2200, Independent School Approval Program, Kim worked tirelessly to ensure all Vermont students are afforded educational opportunities that are substantially equal in quality and are equitable, anti-racist, culturally responsive, anti-discriminatory, and inclusive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Vermont State Board of Education extends its deepest gratitude to Kim Gleason for her exemplary service, leadership, and unwavering commitment to Vermont students, educators, and communities. And be it further resolved that the board expresses its hope that Kim's advocacy and dedication to education will continue beyond her tenure on the state board, ensuring that Vermont schools remain strong, equitable, and student-centered. Dated this 19th day of February 2025, State Board of Education by Jennifer Deck, Samuelson Chair. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Tammy, and thank you, friends. I am humbled, of course. I am really grateful for this opportunity to have served and honored to sort of bring a few different hats to the work. And I don't think I could sort of capture my passion for it any differently than Tammy did in sharing those thoughts. That all of that resonated with my heart and with what I know to be really important about what we do when we sit at this table. And so I'm sure others, I won't go far, and I do look forward to continuing to contribute to conversations in the state as it relates to education and the opportunities for every student. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so on Lyle's behalf, I'm going to read, and I mean, this was obviously a collective effort. I'm just reading it on his behalf. This is the Vermont State Board of Education Resolution of Appreciation for Jenna O'Farrell. Whereas Jenna O'Farrell has served with compassion, dedication, and distinction on the Vermont State Board of Education since March 2019 and served as its vice chair from August 2019 to March 2021. And whereas, as a former teacher, vice principal, and principal of the St. Johnsbury School, Jenna has brought her strong commitment to ensuring that all Vermont children, regardless of their personal or family background, have the same educational opportunities. And whereas, as the current executive director of Northeast Kingdom Community Action, Jenna has also brought to the board her perspective on the central role that education plays in our local communities. And whereas Jenna's professional background has allowed her to make invaluable contributions to the board's work during her tenure, including facilitating board conversations and cultivating and supporting leadership. And whereas Jenna has contributed tremendous guidance, wisdom, and experience in her roles on the Rule Series 1300 Special Education Finance and Census-Based Funding Committee, the Rule Series 2200 Independent School Program Approval Committee, the Rule Series 2360 Special Education Committee, the Roles and Responsibilities Committee, the Ripton Status Report Review Committee, and most recently, the Secretary Search Committee. And whereas Jenna has been a model of integrity and has been committed to transparency and accountability in her actions and words. And whereas Jenna has consistently distinguished herself as an ardent advocate for all students while offering solutions that are well considered and pragmatic. And whereas while Jenna's roles may change, her dedication to Vermont's children is unwavering. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education is grateful for the thoughtful, informed leadership that Jenna O'Farrell has shared as she has advocated for educators, students, and families, especially those who may need extra support within our education system. And be it further resolved that the Vermont State Board of Education recognizes and commends the service and commitment of Jenna O'Farrell to the state of Vermont, and that her colleagues offer to Jenna their deep appreciation for her many contributions to improving the Vermont educational system, as well as their best wishes as she concludes her service on the board. Dated at Winhall, Vermont, this 19th day of February, 2025, by me, the chair of the Vermont State Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a journey, and I think for me, and joining with Kim, I think Kim and we saw many people come and go off the board, and only I think 2 people served their full term, I think, during our tenure. But it's been an opportunity to learn a lot about our state, and I'm just very appreciative that I've had the opportunity to work alongside all of you and learn from you and learn from dedicated educators across the state of Vermont, and really working towards building an educational system and structures that really do lift everyone up. And I look forward to watching and observing and participating in new ways as Vermont continues on their transformational journey here. So thank you, Jennifer, and thank you all. So appreciative of all your contributions and colleagueship.
Thank you. And as with Kim, I suspect this will not be the last time we see you.
No, it won't. Yeah, and I have both enjoyed this and encouraged that, as Jenna mentioned, we've seen sort of ebbs and flows of our responsibilities as a board and how we carry those responsibilities, and how we exercise the independence that I think is critically important in this body. So I'll continue to strongly encourage that you all take that responsibility to heart in what you do, in even the limited ways we have sort of authority. We have opportunity to really bring attention to matters that are critically important and to help inform legislation. And I think we need to exercise our voices in those conversations in really strong, independent ways. And I'm grateful for the time that Tammy and Jennifer have been spending in the legislature to help the legislature understand some of the constraints of our role, but also I think we should continue to, even in current statutory authority, pay attention to that which is our responsibility. And so thank you guys for continuing to do that work. There's not a more important time that I've seen in the last 6 years for us to be present and vocal in those conversations for what we view as the value the State Board of Ed is adding to this education infrastructure. And I view our independence to be among the most important thing we're bringing to those conversations. So thanks.
Thank you. So you all will receive copies of this resolution in the mail, as well as a token of our gratitude to each of you, which should go out in the mail later today. So thank you all very much. Okay, let me circle back one last time to see if there are any other members of the public who wish to be heard. I'm not seeing anyone. We will have an additional opportunity at the end of our meeting. So I'm going to, at this point, move on to our next agenda item, which is, we have two motions. One is to approve our January 15th meeting minutes. Is there a motion?
I will make that motion.
All right, thank you, Rich. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mohammed. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving our January 15th, 2025 meeting minutes, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Hearing none, we have
Oh.
unanimous.
I
Sorry.
have to abstain, Jennifer. I was there for the whole meeting.
Oh, okay.
This is Tom.
All right. So Tom has abstained. All right. Okay. So we have approved our January 15th meeting minutes. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our February 3rd, 2025 special meeting. Moved by Kim. Is there a second? Anyone?
I'll
second.
second. Oh.
All right. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving our February 3rd, 2025 special meeting minutes, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions?
I'll
Oh,
abstain.
it's Christian.
Okay, so we've got an abstention from Rich, from Jenna, from Tom. Did I miss anyone? Okay. So everyone else has voted for the approval. All right, thank you. So this brings us to board announcements. I guess fundamentally, let me ask Rich if you are keeping time today as we did at our last meeting.
I is.
Okay. All
And
right.
you're right on time. Keep it up. You're doing a good
We're
job.
actually ahead of schedule, I think. Okay, so my first announcement, good news. Everyone on the board has completed the ethics training. So well done. Congratulations. Now we have to start over again with 2 new members, but I appreciate everyone's attention to that. I also just wanted to update the board. We had a very brief discussion at our last meeting about whether board members could vote by email. The answer, as I suspected, is no, not under Robert's rules, not under Vermont's open meeting law. So pretty clearly, the answer is no, just because it would violate our open meeting law requirements. So the other announcements that I have, and as Kim alluded to, so Tammy and I have testified before Senate Ed and House Ed on January 21st and 22nd. I provided an overview of the State Board of Education, and Tammy did an overview of the education quality standards and the updates that the board made to that rule series. We again testified on February 5th before the House Education Committee on the board's initial response to the governor's education transformation proposal. And as we all know, that response was informed by the special meeting that the board had on February 3rd. So thank you all for providing that input. And I can give you some feedback. As we were testifying, Representative Conlon, who's the chair of the House Ed Committee, really expressed his gratitude for not only board member feedback, but also the fact that we had written down, I compiled a list of comments, questions, considerations that board members had shared during that special meeting and, made a slide. It's in the agenda packet. But what Representative Conlon mentioned is that the board's comments were not dissimilar to what the House Ed has heard from other groups of people. But he said it was very helpful because they were in writing, and so that really gave them something to work with. So he was really appreciative to the board for those efforts, and I just wanted to pass that along. And again, thank everyone for pivoting on pretty short notice to have what was really a thoughtful, helpful, and generative conversation. So thank you guys. And then Tammy and I also testified before House Ed again on February 14th regarding our budget request. So again, all of those materials have been included in the agenda packet. So I can pause there if there are questions about any of that. All right. Hearing none, are there any other board announcements? Kim.
Thank you. I last night sent out, I had mentioned in the last meeting some governance tools that have been useful on other statewide boards on which I serve. And I also referenced a meeting evaluation form, which because I don't have access to the EWSD materials anymore, I've got a contact there looking to provide that to me. So last night I sent the full board a couple of documents, and I'll promise you a third, which will be the meeting evaluation form. But the two that I sent were the policies for the Vermont Pension Investment Commission. So they're operating policies, and where we have regulations, we have an outdated rule on our own board operating procedures, if you will. Other statewide boards and commissions handle it differently, and they are in the case of the Vermont Pension Investment Commission, there's operating policy and procedures. And I shared that document with the full board. And I also shared the chair evaluation, which as vice chair, we do, and we do a chief investment officer evaluation. That commission has 4 staff, so a chief investment officer, a deputy and chief investment officer, and then 2 other staff members, and that is its staff, if you will, that oversees $6.5 billion for all the pensions for the state of Vermont. And our commissioners are paid the $50 a meeting. The chair actually is paid fractionally. Sort of design. It used to be under the treasurer's office, that Vermont Pension Investment Commission. Statute changed a couple of years ago that created an independence in that body. But I will say, even when it was under the treasurer's office, the treasurer was an elected official. The appointees on that commission are the governor appoints 2 members and 2 alternates, or 2 members and an alternate, I should say. Each of the underlying boards, the teacher system, the retirement, the state employee system, and the municipal employee system, each appoint somebody to that commission. The Vermont School Boards Association appoints somebody, and the League of Cities and Towns appoints somebody. So in thinking about an independent body or commission, there are models that might be something for our State Board of Ed to understand other models if we are asked to sort of offer feedback on alternate structures for what the State Board of Ed might look like if we had a true independence, if you will. So I share that as examples. I share those tools as examples, and I We'll also share with you the meeting evaluation form that we used to use in EWSD. I'm sure other boards do too. It was helpful to me as a chair to get feedback on the meeting. It helped inform future agenda planning, and it was a really useful governance tool. So I invite you all to take this up at a future meeting with maybe the benefit of some tools and examples that are being used on other statewide boards.
Thanks, Kim. Yeah, I did see your email pop up last night.
Yeah.
So I haven't had a chance to look at it, but I appreciate you compiling. those
That's
materials.
okay. I remembered as I was reading the minutes that I had not sent along those links that I had been referencing. And then I was thinking about the independence of this body and realized there, at least another body that I serve on is an example of a independent appointed through different organizations commission overseeing the pension investments for the state of Vermont. And there are models that might help inform a consideration for this body as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board updates or announcements?
I'm happy to announce that after a huge effort in between staff, students at the leadership team at the Winnipeg School District, that our board has approved this school to be the only sanctuary school in Vermont. And that happened last week. On this past Saturday, we also organized a huge community meeting to inform the community about where we stand and what we plan to do in supporting our students around everything that is going on around the executive orders. Just to give them a sense of that we are here to support their well-being, their students, and to push away any fear that they're keeping students home, not coming to school, being afraid of what could happen once they are on their way to school or once at the school itself. Yeah, that's all I wanted to announce.
Yeah, well, I did see that article in Vermont Digger, and thanks for bringing it up. Have you noticed a difference in the like how things feel at school, how the students are?
I can sense a sense of pride because so many students were involved in the process, and they even attended the board meeting with parents and had these testimonies. Really is powerful, and I see a sense of comfort and belonging and feeling secured, if I may say. Just having the sense of understanding, oh, my staff is here to protect me no matter what happens, whether I'm at school or in the community. So, that's very comforting. And that's what we were looking for exactly, because some students did not come to school just because of uncertainties of what's going to happen. And some are confused, even though they are US citizen, just because they are a BIPOC per se, they feel targeted. Myself sitting here right now, since that executive order came out, I walk out of the house with my passport in my pocket as if I'm heading to the airport to travel somewhere. It's just an add-on to myself included, even though I've been a US citizen for many years. Who knows who you are without actually you presenting a document of who you are in this aspect. So it's very complicated. I just wanted to pass that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Tammy.
I just want to say a note of thanks to Mohammed and the leadership team at Winooski for the work they're doing on this. It is certainly my values, and I think it's the values of most Vermonters, and it's enshrined in our educational quality standards that have been adopted by this board, that no student should ever feel unsafe in school because of who they are. And executive order or no executive order, that is a core tenet of Vermont's educational system and how we think about equal educational opportunity. So thank you to Mohammed and the Winooski School District for leading on this issue and ensuring that students in your schools feel safe and are in a place where they can learn and feel valued going forward.
Part of our work.
Mohammed,
Thank
have other school districts reached out to Winooski just to sort of profit off of the good work that you've done?
I mean, some folks here and some organizations inviting our students to come speak at their meetings, just to learn from what happened. So it has been certainly some inspiration for many. I mean, it's interesting how we lead schools, and I appreciate it when we try to learn from one another, meaning district by district. It's a good thing. People collaborate really well. I attended this meeting at St. Michael's College, very quite similar to the one we organized last Saturday, and there were many educators. Miriam from BSD from Burlington School District was there, very well spoken and trying to comfort students and community members. USCRI is very supportive, providing know your right cards and guiding people and giving people updates. There is a huge connection in the field that people are really collaborating and sharing resources, which is very good. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other board member updates? Good morning, Lyle.
I apologize for being late. My computer was deciding to update today.
Tammy.
I know that the board and board members individually are tracking conversations around our proposals to modify the funding system in Vermont as well, and we're going to be talking today about governance. I just want to call attention that I've testified a couple times now in front of the legislature, in front of joint committees of House Ways and Means and Ed, and then again in front of House Ways and Means last Friday, on issues around school funding and how sort of to build a foundation formula and what sort of a foundation formula is and is not. And that testimony is available on YouTube, but I also am happy to share with the entire board or with individual board members my slides that talk about that. So if that's helpful to folks, just let me know.
Thank you. And having watched that testimony, I felt like I was in class because I was taking lots of notes and learning terms and what they meant. And I will say Tammy was testifying not in her capacity as a member of the State Board of Ed, but as a principal researcher at AIR. So very helpful in terms of—
And I've made that very clear in my testimony. I'm not there as a state board member.
Yeah, but very helpful in terms of unpacking what a funding formula is, how one is derived, different factors that are considered. So if board members haven't seen that testimony and you're curious, Tammy, do you want to provide links if you haven't already? I think maybe you have.
I'm sure I can provide the links on YouTube. I'm also happy. I don't believe the YouTube. I think the slides are available if you go digging around in the committee sort of folders and things like that. I don't know about you, that, sometimes a search and retrieve, mission is not my top priority with my limited time. So if somebody's interested, I guess I'll just flag it. Just send me a note and I can send you my slides directly so you don't have to go look for them, and I'm happy to send the links as well. But again, the first presentation and sort of discussion is really on sort of how do you build a foundation formula, what does that look like, and what do we know about best practice in terms of developing things like base funding amounts and weights. And the second presentation is focused more on special education and how we build effective and equitable special education funding formula, and particularly ones that balance our needs to ensure that we meet our federal requirements for entitle, special education is an entitlement, but also our need to control costs. So happy to share that with anyone if that's helpful to you.
As one who follows YouTube testimonies, I would say my strategy there is to look at agendas and then figure out which meeting time, because it's not always, you need to sort of know which you're looking for. And so, Tammy, it might be helpful if you're sending the slides, send the links if you don't mind.
I'll send it around. If it's not interesting to you, then delete the email, but I can send it around. And I'll also attach the I have PDFs of the PowerPoints, so I can do that as well if that's helpful.
Tonight, Tammy, I watched and I thought it was fantastic, and it really was helpful, and I could understand it, which was great because it's not my wheelhouse. So I appreciated it, and I think you should share it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. If there are no further board announcements, I will turn it over to Gray to begin the student report. Yeah, you're muted.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
It's not that my internet connection is slow. It's that today my mouse is deciding not to work. So when I go on the little keypad, only about 1 in 10 times does it actually move. So if I'm slow to mute and unmute today, that is why. Anyways, stuff that's been happening at school and on the school board. It's been a nice month, a nice few weeks. We've had a lot of snow days. We've had like 3 snow days in the past 2 weeks, which is tough for our classes because, it really throws a wrench in things, especially before break, because our break is next week. So lots of teachers are kind of in a panic about that, because I think we ended up missing a lot more school than we thought we would. We had this Monday off, we had last Thursday off. So yeah. Lots of stuff's happening with performing arts right now. We have a concert tonight, actually, excuse me, for our high school band and chorus. And we also just had the All District Music Festival for our district, and the All State and New England festivals are both coming up for band and chorus. That'll be all in the next month, as well as our musical 9 to 5, which will be next month. So we're closing in on that. And then there's a couple of clubs that have started or are continuing. One is the newspaper, which started at the beginning of this year. We hadn't had a school newspaper in like 20 or 30 years, so it was nice that started up again. It's called The Current because we're Commodore themed and boats and all that stuff. And the second issue will be coming out this Thursday, so tomorrow, which is exciting. And there's a lot more contribution now from students after the first issue. And then also a Spanish lunch club was started, which is nice because a German lunch club was started earlier in the year. So those are the 2 languages we offer. And the lunch clubs just kind of offer a way. They're with the teachers for that language, but, for students to talk about whatever with that language, which I think is important to learning a language. It's one thing when you're in class, you're learning vocabulary, you're having, conversational German or Spanish, but it's a little different to be in a setting where it's just a free flow conversation. So I think that's nice. And then it's been an exciting month for the school board. It's just a pretty important time with the budget coming up. We finalized the budget that we're going to suggest. Last year, our budget failed 3 times, so we're all kind of on our toes that it's not such a painful process this time around, and we're going now. I've been to my Penn Select Board meeting like 3 times to spread the word and talk to people about the budget. And then we also on the board are discussing the governor's education proposal. There's a lot of discussion about that. There's lots of just general worry about education in Vermont right now, at least from everyone I've talked to, both students and teachers and parents, and definitely the school board, that just there's a lot happening and people are confused about what's happening. And especially during budget season, it's really making people nervous. I received a lot of questions that I did not understand and couldn't answer about finance and changes to finance. And, I think a lot of people are also worried that the proposal will affect this budget season, which, it will not. But yeah, it's just a very busy time on the school board. And then that's almost everything. Just on a lighter note, it's my senior year, and so for our senior class, we get to organize a lot of activities. We organized a winter ball, and we had like a senior movie night earlier on in the year, and then we just take suggestions from our class. We're not a very big school. It's like 70 people in our class, and there's only like 30 or 40 people that are actually going to attend or do extra activities that we set up. But one thing that was suggested to the class officers was a chili competition, which we ended up doing last week as a 5-year anniversary of a chili competition we did for Valentine's Day in 7th grade with all of our teachers at the time. And that was a really big deal back in middle school, right before COVID happened. And people wanted to have a rematch. So that happened, and we got a bunch of teachers to judge and everything, and we did it as an in-school field trip on our half day. And we got the only teacher that was teaching at the middle school when we were in middle school and is still at the school, only one of the 12 or whatever, to come back and judge. So that was a good time.
That was a good update. Lots of questions. How often does the Spanish lunch, German lunch happen? Is it once a week or?
Yeah, once a week.
Okay, nice. And as a former French major, that is really, really helpful just to have, something to talk about and a reason to talk. So that's a great way to kind of build your fluency. And then are you going to town meeting?
Yeah, I probably will.
Okay. Do you have to sit up with the rest of the school board, or are you going to be out in the crowd?
No, I'll be up with the school board.
Okay. And then question about the chili cook-off. Did people kind of dust off their old recipes, or did they do something different? And how did you do?
People did a few things. Not everyone did the same things, and the groups were a little bit different, but some people tried to form the same groups as last time. Because my friends are ridiculous, I was with the same group, and we did the same dumb thing we did in 7th grade, which is to totally make up a chili recipe with whatever the first ingredients we find when we walk into Shaw's are, which is mostly stuff that you would never put in chilies, and therefore makes it almost inedible. We went with, because we're the Commodores, we went with a boat themed one. So we put in blue Powerade into our chili and blue food dye. And there were a few blue peeps floating around in it. It was not a well-loved chili in terms of taste, but we won most creative, just like we did in 7th grade.
Well, congratulations. Any other comments or questions for Gray? All right, well, thank you for a lively update. Caleb, we'll turn it over to you.
All right. I echo the same thoughts surrounding snow days as Gray. We had no school Thursday, half day Valentine's Day, no school Monday, 2-hour delay yesterday. So we've had a lot of school half days, short days, no days. And in recent news, Jay Peak, which is just outside of our district, is reporting more snow than states out west, like Colorado, Utah, Nevada, which is really crazy. Because our driveway, it's a pretty long, straight shot driveway, and it's more than 2 feet on both sides, just huge banks. And there was one day where we barely even could make it out of the driveway because it was just so high and it couldn't get plowed yet. In fortunate news, our district has hired a principal for the high school as well as a superintendent for the district.
Hey,
I don't know
great.
if you guys know Jacqueline Ramsey Tolman from Essex Westford, but we've hired her for our superintendent. And then our current vice principal applied for our principal position, and she was hired after someone turned it down from the former search because her original plan was that she was going to retire. But then once the person that we offered the job to declined, she stepped up and said, I can't really turn it down. So that was really fortunate that we were able to hire someone for both because we were looking at interim for both, assuming we couldn't hire someone at this like latest moment. So that was really fortunate. Our play Once Upon a Mattress happened Valentine's Day weekend. They were going to do a show Thursday, but due to weather, they could only do Friday and Saturday. But I've heard great things. I wasn't able to go because of the weather, because it was like 45 minutes away from where I live. But I've heard really great things. I've seen pictures, videos. I think that's about it. I don't think we have a lot of other stuff going on right now. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on finding a principal and a superintendent. That's got to be a huge relief, and also just to have that continuity, you know, for the vice president to be, or I'm sorry, the vice principal to become the principal, you know, someone who already knows the school. And I think this is not an easy climate to find people to fill those positions. So that's got to be a huge relief.
Yeah, we were definitely excited. The person we had given the job to, or offered the job to, excuse me, before her, I think one of the main reasons was that they were pretty similar to what we have now in terms of attitude, in terms of just like understanding. So having someone who's already, I guess, understood how our high school functions as it is now, I think gives a big relief on students and staff as well.
Great. Any other comments for questions for Caleb? All right, well, thank you both. It's great hearing from you and hearing how your school years are going, and hopefully all of these snow days and school delays won't push your summer out too far. Okay, so this brings me to item G, which is the possible creation of a State Board of Education Legislative Committee. So this item has been placed on the agenda at Kim's request. This had initially been a issue that the board's roles and responsibilities was going to take up. As board members may recall, Tammy and I were unable to schedule a meeting between our December and January board meetings. The plan had been to take this up before today's monthly meeting, and then we ended up scheduling a special meeting instead, and that sort of consumed the oxygen in the room, if you will, for meetings. So here we are going to consider this issue as a full board. This has not been anything that the Roles and Responsibilities Committee has discussed, so we're going to do this together in real time. So I guess the decision tree for me is first, the board has to decide whether, as a foundational matter, we want to create a legislative committee. If the answer is no, that's the board's decision. If the answer is yes, you also have in your agenda packet a couple of potential charges that Tammy has presented to the board. So we will take those up depending on the foundational matter of whether or not we should create a legislative committee. So before I can kind of share my thoughts, I wanted to turn it over to Kim just to give the background on the reason for her suggestion. Kim.
Yeah, thank you. I was raising my hand to make a motion. So I can do it whichever way you want, Jennifer. I hadn't prepared anything for it, but I think I've articulated the value in this in the past. So let me just sort of reiterate that. A legislative committee would help provide sort of real-time support to the chair as she is called to testify on any matter. One of our statutory responsibilities is to inform legislation. And so it is not uncommon that during the session, and particularly this session, the chair is being called on to reflect on any number of topics. And that has happened historically. It is quite likely to continue to happen, particularly if we are leaning into that part of our statutory authority to provide sort of, informed information to help the legislature make their decisions. So where it was, I think, important that we all gathered on February 3rd to the extent that we could, special meetings to inform testimony are not something that people can readily drop what they're doing and offer 3 or 4 hours to. The other similar examples of when this has worked, but this was, I think, in existence and something that I recall Chair Krista Hewling relying on, and I think the chairs before that. I know early on in John's tenure, Peter Peltz and I went with him to the legislature a couple of times on the roles and responsibilities conversation. So we weren't like an official committee, I guess, but we were called on to support that. I don't honestly know what happened with the committee and why it isn't there anymore. I know, for instance, where organizations that I've been involved with, like the VSBA, the executive committee provided real-time feedback when Sue would need to testify if it was not explicit in the resolutions that were guiding her testimony on behalf of the VSBA, or there was nuance that she needed feedback on that was between the regular board meetings. They would be able to convene the executive committee to help think through what was being asked, and then the full board would be updated. But there would at least be a resource for the person who's most often being called on. So I view this as a critical resource to bring full board voice to what Jennifer and Tammy are being called on to testify, and just structurally sound in terms of practice. So I'm also happy to make a motion so that we can get the conversation on the table.
Sure. Why don't you make a motion second, and then we'll have the discussion.
Terrific. I make a motion to reestablish the State Board of Ed Legislative Committee.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Tammy. All right, so discussion, and I want to respond to a few things that Kim has raised just to kind of flesh this out and let the board know, what I'm thinking and why. So I've now been the chair since October of 2022. I'm sort of starting to notice a pattern with, when I get called in to testify and what I'm getting called to testify about. So it kind of breaks down into a couple of different buckets. One is, every January I get invited to both House and Senate Ed to provide this overview of the State Board of Education. So this year was the third year that I dusted off the slide presentation that I started in January 2023 and just kind of updated it. And just tweak it along the way. But that to me feels like a very comfortable thing for me to be able to testify without coming back to the board, because this is what the board does. This is the statute that grounds our work. This is the type of work that we do. These are the members. So that is sort of the first bucket of work. The second bucket of work, when I get called to testify, or when the board gets called to testify, is on things like education quality standards. To provide an overview of the work that the board has done. So again, past tense. And I think with EQS, Kim and Tammy both went and testified about the updates to the rules. Tammy was again invited in January to talk about the updates to the rules. But again, this is work that the board has completed, that the board has voted on. So it was very easy to speak on behalf of the board. Lyle, Jenna, and I went in and spoke about the Secretary Search Committee last year, just to meet with, I think it was Senate Ed, to talk about how the search was conducted and really walk Senate education members through that process. So again, this was sort of reflecting on the board's work. And then there's the third bucket. And so the third bucket is being asked to testify on issues that the board has not yet had an opportunity to discuss. So for instance, the special meeting that the board had on February 3rd was to talk about the governor's education transformation proposal, and specifically the proposed shift in rulemaking from the board to the agency. And when Tammy and I were invited to come speak on behalf of the board, I wrote back and said, the board hasn't discussed this yet. And so, we warned a special meeting. I gathered information, which I have to say, personally, every single person at that meeting had really, really good, thoughtful questions, comments that I was then able to communicate back to House Ed. And I was grateful for that opportunity because I did feel like it was the board's response to that question. So those are sort of the three buckets of, times that I've been called or the board has been called to testify. My concerns with forming a legislative committee are twofold. One is by forming a group of 4 people, which would be the chair, the vice chair, and 2 other people. For the 6 board members who are not part of that committee, it basically means that you are delegating your voice to those 4 members. And if I were not a chair or vice chair or sitting on that committee, personally, I would not feel comfortable delegating my voice to someone else without having had an opportunity to discuss something. So as the chair, I'm going to be on that committee. I'm really thinking about the people who aren't on that committee, and it's your vote. I mean, I'm one of 9 votes on this issue. That makes me feel uncomfortable. The second thing that makes me feel uncomfortable about this is by having a 4-person committee, we don't have a quorum of the full board, so that committee is able to meet by telephone, by text, by email. Now this committee is making decisions to represent the board, not in a warned meeting that is open to the public. And I think that goes against what the board is really set up to do. So it gives me pause to think about making decisions that are not fully vetted in open meeting. So those are my 2 concerns. I will pause there. And Rich, I think I've used my time. I'm going to start with Jenna, just because, Kim, you've already spoken, and we're going to go around to other members as well.
So 2 points. One is that when we think about this committee, I think I hear you, Jennifer, talk about like your level of comfort and past practice, but I think we should think about like the future, right? Like you think about the role of the chair and vice chair rather than the people who are holding those positions currently, and consider geographic locate. Like you might not be the chair of the State Board of Ed forever, and somebody else might be, and they might not be as available, and they might need to delegate their annual report out to somebody else. And I think those are just variables to consider. And I think a second point was a legislative committee that operates in a rapid response model can meet and decide that they'd like to still have a special meeting, right, of the full board. It's not the end all because the committee's holding it. So I think that committee has the flexibility to say, this maybe involves other voices, so we probably should have a special board meeting. It doesn't have to be the end of conversation. And I feel like I should apologize for the sun, which I never should do because it's beautiful, but it is actually killing me. So those are my 2 points. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Tom, is that you? I just have meeting guest. Is this?
Yeah, that's
Tom?
me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Question about how often we need a rapid response. I understand that, Jennifer, you can delegate if you can't make a meeting, if you can't go testify yourself, you can delegate to the vice chair or some other member to go present that testimony, especially the first 2 types that you mentioned. But how often do we need a rapid response, and do we really need a committee to do that, or can we just decide that we'll have special meetings when we have a big issue to discuss?
Well, to answer that, I mean, I'm sure you know, I don't know. It has never happened until we had our special meeting on February 3rd, where I've been called to testify that it was on an issue that the board hadn't discussed. So to your point, it's never happened before. To be fair, I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of this legislative session, and I could imagine that the board might get called in to talk about certain things. And we sort of have an anticipatory item on our agenda today to talk about the governance. So this is something where if it weren't on the agenda, maybe this is something that would get delegated to this legislative committee, and it would make for a shorter monthly meeting. At the same time, by putting it on our meeting, we're able to have a conversation as a full board, so that if Tammy and/or I get called to testify, we will have board member responses that we will then be able to communicate back to the General Assembly. I see Mohammed and then Lyle.
Just want to say I do like the idea of having a committee. At the same time, I'm trying to connect it with a special meeting. To me, it feels like having us be available at any given time. Hence, that committee to me equals to just having a special meeting. Why? Because just like Chair Nielsen mentioned earlier, it would be hard for either of us to speak for someone else who is not at the table. So with respect to that, I would lean more towards special meetings rather, but I do appreciate the thought. Okay. And Jenna.
Thank you. Okay, I think I said Lyle next.
I guess my question is there a halfway point? Is there an opportunity to appoint an ad hoc committee for specific topics? I would see this transformational discussion potentially being one of those, where there could be 3 people that are appointed to follow this and report back to the board and have it be an item on the agenda at each board meeting so that people are up to date on what's going on. And that would help inform for the chair, vice chair, if they were to go testify. I don't know about having a committee all the time. So I'm just wondering about an ad hoc opportunity. I don't know if that's in our rules.
So, I want to make sure I understand what you're asking. This would be a committee of, 3 people that would follow testimony and then make reports back to the board at the monthly meeting during the legislative session?
It would have a specific charge with a specific endpoint, yes.
Okay. Tammy.
I think there's another role we hasn't sort of surfaced in this conversation, and that is, I know, Jennifer, you have been good at anticipating things, right? Like, that we have certain cadence of kinds of testimony, but it might also be helpful to have a committee who is forward thinking each year about sort of how we engage with the legislature. I'm hearing and have heard in our testimony that the legislature has really appreciated the fact that we've been available to them and to come in. And I think one of the things that we could do better as a board is to be sharing out with the legislature, information about the work we're doing. And I can see where part of a legislative committee's charge could be to be thinking prospectively going into the legislative session, what kinds of things should we be sharing out, connecting with the committee, the relevant committees within the legislature to set up those opportunities. So I think I understand sort of some of the challenges around sort of the quick turnaround and reaction. And I think certainly on major substantive issues, such as, what we did in our last special board meeting, having the full board there. But I do think that having a committee that's being proactive and thinking about our sort of communications and our relationships with the legislature and sort of getting more in tune with them about sort of what their information needs are, what their interests are, being more responsive would be actually really useful. And so I think in my mind, I'm thinking about this not just so much as reactive, but proactive, right? And again, I think we've seen in the last few weeks that sort of the testimony that we've provided has been really well received and helpful. And I think we're going to get called in more to do that. But I also think we can be more strategic going into a legislative session with saying, let us tell you about some of the things we're hearing. Let's tell you about some of the work we're doing. We could have a committee that was planning that in advance.
And I do think, that does kind of tie into the board's annual report where we reflect on the work that we've done over the past year and then also sort of conclude with here are our requests, this is what we're needing. And I'm thinking, Tammy, you and I went in January of last year, 2024, to House Ed to answer questions about the annual report. And I think that also kind of formed the basis for the budget request that we then submitted this year to House Ed, because that came out of a request that was in the annual report.
I do think that one area where we could strengthen sort of the board's footprint in the state and sort of our contributions would be to be more proactive in sort of communicating with the legislature through testimony and other kinds of ways, right? And being thoughtful about that. You know, if we're not being sort of strategic and thoughtful about sort of how we're sharing out information, how we're communicating with key legislative committees, then I don't know how the onus is on them then to try to keep up with everything we do. And I think that that part of our mission is to be proactive in reaching out to key constituents, including the legislature during the year, to help them understand what we see as, you know, successes, what do we see as challenges, what are we, you know, what's coming across our plate, and sort of, you know, again, we're the public and public education, we're hearing things, what is it that we're doing? And so I see a legislative committee certainly having a reactive component, but actually in my mind, I was thinking this is far more proactive and thinking about like, so what is it we should be talking to the legislature about? What is it? What kinds of information, what kinds of concerns should they be hearing about from us so that they can be doing their job better?
Okay, Kim? And then I think we're gonna call the vote.
Thanks. I will sort of harken back to this as a tool for informed representation. And this is a particularly dynamic time that is calling, whether it's your role on the commission, Jennifer, or ad hoc testimony being called upon from the legislature, it is to have more voices and to believe that this body can convene at a drop of a hat to have special meetings is really not practical and maybe not respectful of the time commitments that this very dedicated body is making all the time. And it just seems structurally to offer a sound opportunity. You could have a standing warned meeting of the legislative committee on Mondays, for instance, which is in advance of upcoming agendas that are coming in the legislature. If you don't need it, you cancel it. If you do need it, you have it there to look at what's coming up and, you know, what maybe happened the previous week. It's structurally not difficult to do, and it's sound practice. It had been in place for many chairs before John Carroll and then didn't seem to continue. I'm not sure what happened. It's used as a matter of practice elsewhere. Other local boards, as a matter of fact, may have sort of, they may call it different than a legislative committee, but they have like a subcommittee of their board that is advocacy, if you will. They know what's happening in the legislature. They are the avenue for consideration of testimony that they may want to make as local boards. And here we are, this statewide board informing, as part of our statutory responsibilities, informing the legislature. And I think that we are not structurally set up to be as responsive and, to Tammy's point, as proactive as we could be. We don't establish, like in December, I've suggested this a couple times, that we would look at what might be anticipated in the coming legislative session and have that conversation. So we might have these sort of high level sort of value statements that would help guide the values of this body, that might help be, they're called resolutions for the VSBA, for instance, and that helps sort of say, have we spoken to it in resolution? Have we spoken to it in our position and what we can anticipate coming? We could do that in December as a body, and structurally by design, sort of speak to the big things and get full board agreement on it, as we've done in resolutions on various things over my tenure in 6 years. But it would be more formulaic and intentional to consider what might be coming in December. But then you would have a body that's available to you during the legislative session. You would then, to Tammy's point, have a body that might be, there are committees meeting outside of the session, and there might be opportunities to meet with the chairs of those committees to help inform what the state board might need to be gathering as a body to be a thought partner in those conversations. And it is, in my mind, by design, a missed opportunity to not be structurally set up to do that more effectively and efficiently and in a more informed way than ad hoc special meetings that make it difficult for all voices to be at a table. It's,
So
you know,
to that point, I mean, we could have a standing special meeting on Mondays, full board, just to get.
why would we do that, Jennifer? We are already inviting people to spend an inordinate amount of time.
Okay, because my interest, and we are right up on time on this, but my interest is getting everyone's voice on the board, not just a few people and having everyone else sort of delegate their voices. But
I
that's
don't
me.
feel as though that is what is proposed by a subcommittee. That would be like saying we need everybody at an EQS meeting or everybody at a student standards performance meeting, or everybody at a roles and responsibility meeting, which everybody has spoken to what the Roles and Responsibilities Committee was hoping to have happen regarding governance last August. And we weren't on the committee that was planning it, but we had an opportunity at a subsequent board meeting to bring full board voice to it. I think a real-time, smaller group to help inform how this body is being represented, or saying we really need to engage when we're not being called to testify, because it is a matter of importance to us.
Okay, so the difference is all of our other committees bring recommendations to the full board for the full board to discuss and vote on. What this is contemplating is that a committee would meet, make a plan, and potentially go testify without, having the opportunity to bring it before the full board at a regularly warned monthly meeting.
Actually, Jennifer, I don't think that's what. Let me just clarify. I don't think that. I think there are two different things getting talked about here. I think there is having a committee that informs testimony. Certainly, that could be one model. I think the other model, at least that I'm hearing Kim and I certainly am advocating for, is a committee that is developing a plan that's being strategic and providing recommendations back to the board for how it is we engage with the legislature and being more strategic about that. I think when we have these important points of testimony, such as what just happened, yes, the full board needs to lay in that. I don't think anyone's suggesting that 4 people would speak for 9. But I do think that a legislative committee can help us as a full board think about how we structure our communications with the legislature in a more proactive and strategic way, and how we can structure that to be a really good feedback loop between their thinking and our thinking. So I just want to be clear. I don't think that anyone's proposing that the legislative committee somehow is sort of speaking for the board. I think that this is far more a strategic framework, for a strategic communications framework. So I just wanted to clarify. I think we're just sort of,
that is what
feels like we're talking past each other. That's all.
That is what was pitched, is that this would be a sort of 4-member committee that would be able to advise the chair and vice chair on how to go testify. That is what the proposal was.
I don't think I was specific to that. I didn't create the charge, Jennifer. What I'm telling you is ways that this body has worked. In other bodies, there are resolutions that guide testimony. We don't have that. We don't even proactively talk about any of this as a full group. And you sit on the commission representing us in a way that we have often been informed only by attachments of minutes of things that have happened on that commission. We've had no proactive conversation in those arenas in a lot of occasions. We are asking you to go testify as you're being called, but that is different than saying, wow, this is out there in the universe, and we've crossed this when we've been dealing with rules, for instance, and we can inform that conversation. We may need to let the chair know. And that is a subcommittee. I do think you could use a rapid response team that isn't going outside of the bounds of any action the board has approved, but rather an opportunity for you to not be sitting in a silo and offering testimony on what you think this board
I've never done that, Kim. And so let me stop you there. We are
okay. I'm really struggling with the idea of standing in the way of a subcommittee who is charged with really paying attention to what could be anticipated and formulating a plan and what is available to you in between meetings. If it's not something like, I don't regret that we had a special meeting, but that is not an infrastructure built for informed representation. I am asking that this body consider the importance of an infrastructure that does not overstep its bounds on behalf of the full board, but leaves the chair, whomever that body is, and this is a structure that was working for years before the last 3 chairs, and it is simply not being considered as a tool that helps you get through a session.
I'm going to stop you there. We've got Tom and then Lyle, and then we're going to vote.
So I know we're coming to a vote, and I know that we were supposed to separate the charges in this yes or no question. But for me, if this committee is going to be strategic and proactive and forward-looking, I don't have any problem with that. That some people can spend more time paying attention to what's going on and be more proactive. I would have a concern on most of the issues that we're called to testify on. I would have a concern about not having a voice before the full board's opinion or perspective on any issue was presented to a legislative committee. So I think it is important to know what this committee would be doing before I can vote yes or no on it.
Okay, Lyle?
And I could be in favor of it if it works as Tammy, I believe, was describing it, which is that they're gathering information, creating a suggested opinion, bringing it back to the board for approval, I guess, of that opinion or testimony. Was I hearing you correctly, Tammy? That this committee is not going to go off and act independently of the board.
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I wouldn't support a committee that was going off and acting independently of the board. So let me put it that way, right? Like, that's not how I'm thinking about it. How I'm thinking about it is twofold. One, I think that the legislature and the larger community in Vermont would benefit from the board being more strategic and proactive in its engagement with the legislature so that we can promote sound policy making, right? I think that we know a lot. We have a really great group here. We listen, we're engaged, and being able to bring that information to the legislature in a systematic way and being proactive about that would really help the larger educational ecosystem in Vermont. So the proactive piece. The second thing is I think I agree with Kim's idea that we might be able to anticipate certain issues and have conversations about them again proactively and have sort of some agreement on sort of how we're feeling about things and sort of, I don't know if they'd be resolutions or and the legislative committee could be working on those, and then that could be for board discussion. I do not think that it would be appropriate for a legislative committee to speak for the full board on sort of example, the governance proposal that we're going to discuss today. I think what is appropriate there is that we have our full board special meetings, right? Like that, the last one we had was very important. I think it was productive, and I think it helped shape testimony in a way that the legislature appreciated. So I think we have two issues here. One, I think we need to come to some general agreement about, is that general model what we would like would we like a legislative committee that would do those kinds of things and serve in that role? And then two, I think we got to come up with language that authorizes the legislative committee to do those things. And so what I would suggest is if we can take a vote on, do we all agree that we should set up a legislative committee that does more the strategic, high-level, proactive kind of work. And then we can work either as a group today and sort of in this environment to come up with like what that charge is, or the roles and responsibilities committee can go back to sort of the drawing board and come back to the full board with a more specific language that would, you know, with a charge for that legislative committee that reflects those kinds of things, right? So
yeah.
that would, Lyle, does that help? Like, I mean, that's my thinking on it is and
Yes.
again, I'm reflecting on the experience I've had with the legislature recently, which has been overwhelmingly positive, and they really have valued our input. And it just seems like we have a voice, should have a voice in these conversations, and we need to be strategic about that and building those relationships with those key constituents in the legislature in a proactive way.
So let me just say that where this conversation has morphed is a good direction, but it is different than where this started. And if you look at version 1 and version 2 of the committee charges, both of those are talking about kind of where we started, which is this idea that there would be a small committee that would inform testimony that would be given by the chair or the vice chair. That's not where we are now. So I think if that's a different question. So I want to be super clear that, and if we need to take a vote on a very discrete aspect of, does the board want to delegate to a legislative committee the authority of the chair, vice chair, and the other 2 people who are on that committee to testify on behalf of the board without bringing it first to the full board for its discussion and vote? Let's take a vote on that. And then let's talk about this other idea, which is where I think this conversation is going, which is that it's more of a strategic gathering of information, following testimony, bringing back to the full board a discussion vote so that then we would be authorized, empowered to go back and testify to the legislature. Both of the versions of the charges that have been presented contemplate this delegation of authority that I'm not comfortable with, and I'm not hearing a whole lot of board member comfort with. So I want to be really clear.
I don't know that I thought when I was writing, and again, I was just trying to get things down on paper so we could have a conversation, right? So sometimes, I don't know about you all, but like talking about things up in the sky is hard. We need to have something on paper we can react to. I don't think that when I wrote that, I was contemplating that there would be this complete delegation of authority. I do think that the legislative committee would be helping to inform testimony that the chair and the vice chair would offer to the legislature. If we want to put additional guardrails around sort of what rises to the occasion of needing sort of full board consultation, I think that makes sense. I think it also should be informing when we have members of this group sitting on commissions and other kinds of organizations in their capacity as a chair, that should be informed by, right, some conversation that the board has had. And it could be that a more efficient way to do that is through a legislative committee that's bringing recommendations back to the full board.
So
I mean, the committee structure that we have at the full board right now, I think has been highly effective. I think it's really sort of helped the board focus its work.
So 2 things. One, I think we need to revise the charge because I think the charge is not clear and doesn't reflect the conversation that we're having right now. I think that probably should be, I mean, I don't know how quickly we can wordsmith this, but at a minimum, I think we need some time to do that. So whether we bring it back, you know, table this until later in the meeting or have a roles and responsibilities committee meeting, Tammy, to flesh this out. And then meanwhile, I would, you know, solicit interest from board members if they want to serve on this committee. But I think the motion that's on the table right now, or the motion that's pending right now, is not what the board is currently discussing.
Could you restate the motion?
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Honestly, I don't remember the motion. I think it was the establishment
I think it was just
of a legislative committee.
Establishing a legislative
Period.
committee.
I think that was it.
So
I don't know that the motion had anything to do with the substance of the committee, and perhaps we can vote on, should we establish one, then we can have a second discussion on sort of what that committee would do, and we can sort of have a motion that directs maybe the Roles and Responsibilities Committee to flush this out further to reflect the discussion of the board. But my understanding of the motion was just, did we want to sort of go down this path of establishing a committee? I don't think that the motion had anything to do with authorizing testimony or things along those lines.
That was
No, you are
all
correct.
that I said, but maybe Suzanne can read it to us.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
I was
No,
saying move
was
to
very-
establish a legislative committee.
It was very general. I was really
Perfect. So we could take
weaving
that
in,
vote.
excuse me, I was weaving in what Kim was providing as the explanation for. And I think the board's position has moved beyond that initial statement. So I'm just reflecting that.
Yeah, and I will say, Jennifer, we didn't talk ahead to have me present anything as sort of an advocacy position. I believe this is a wise and responsible infrastructure in place for both the proactive, and I described it as such, where you, like other bodies, have used resolutions to help inform, and then have a subcommittee that is able to sort of flesh out from what is understood of those resolutions if there's an immediate need to respond, but otherwise is also then bringing that back to a full board. That is exactly how I described. So however you guys choose to charge this group, at no point, no subcommittee of the board has the authority to act. It is not allowed for, so it's expressly prohibited. So it wasn't that, but where I see and continue to see the value is otherwise the chair or chair and vice chair are being called to have to provide response rather than be more proactive, and are in a position where you're doing that in the absence of an infrastructure to support you if you needed to think things through or talk things through. How did you hear the full board interpreting this? How could we help inform the full board coming up based on what this last month has been in terms of our responsibilities to testify? Because you guys have been on the agenda every week. And it just might allow the presentation to the full board to have the overview by somebody who's not sitting in front of the testimony, but who has been looped into what's going on there. So just my motion was broad for a reason. What I shared was experiences where this has been beneficial to other boards on which I've served, and I could envision it as an infrastructure tool on this body, who very importantly has part of our statutory responsibility to help inform legislation. And that is not just when called upon. That is really, what should this body be talking about? It is when we're thinking about how we represent this whole group.
Okay, thank you. I think we were ready for the question. I'm going to ask Suzanne to do a roll call. So the motion is to establish a legislative committee.
Okay, here we go. Mohammed Job,
Right.
Gray Farron,
Aye.
Kim Gleason,
Aye.
Tammy Colby,
Yes.
Lyle Jepson,
Yes.
Tom Lovett,
Yes.
Jenna O'Farrell,
Yes.
Rich Werner,
Nay.
Chair Samuelson, will you be voting?
Yes, in the affirmative. So at this point, I think we will take it back to the Roles and Responsibilities Committee to flesh out what the scope of the committee's charge will be, and then we will bring it to the board at our next meeting. All right. This brings us to a discussion about the proposed changes in the governance structure as presented in the Governor's Education Transformation Proposal. So in preparation for our discussion today, I had asked Suzanne and Maureen to provide links in the agenda packet to Zoe's testimony before House and Senate Education Committees. I believe there were 4 links, as well as the proposal itself, just so that we can come prepared. And I hope that you all have had a chance to review these documents. So what I'd like to do is to structure this part of our meeting kind of like we did our special meeting, which is to say we have agency staff on hand to answer general questions. I'm going to cap that at a half an hour. Could be less time, that's fine, but we're off schedule, so I'm trying to keep us on schedule here. After we do the Q&A with agency staff, the board is going to have a conversation. And again, we're going to talk about the governance proposal generally. And then we're going to talk specifically about how it relates to the board. And you'll note in the proposal, there were some very clear suggestions for what the board's role would be doing and how our governance structure would be changed under this proposal. So I'd like to get board member feedback. First, generally, not just related to how this affects the board, and then specifically how this does relate to the board. And then just to get you thinking, I'm going to throw out some questions that were generated at our commission meeting on Monday. And what I would love to do is to be able to collect board member thoughts so that I can then report back to the commission. So here are some questions, and this fits into what I just presented. But here are some questions for you to be pondering. 1, under the guise of governance, what are we looking to change and why? 2, what's getting in the way of this? 3, and I'm going to give a shout out to Gray here because I cited him when I threw out this question. What are we giving up by affecting this change? Because I think that's a really important consideration. And 4, to what degree does scale through governance increase opportunities and services while at the same time bending the cost of their education?
Jennifer, is there a way to put those questions in the chat? I gotta tell you, I can't write that fast.
Yeah.
Or send around a document. Those are helpful guiding questions.
Yeah.
It'd be helpful to have them.
Yep.
Try to write, but not that
I'm
fast.
gonna put these in the chat as soon as I can find my document. And at this time, I think we have Jill Briggs Campbell and Emily Simmons with us from the agency who can talk about the proposal, and then we can do a Q&A. So Jill, Emily, if you're with us, welcome.
Yeah, sure. Good morning, folks. Thanks for having me as a substitute today. So I think the last time when you all kind of had your special meeting, we hadn't yet rolled out the policy proposal for governance since then. And thank you for including all the materials, and hopefully folks have had a chance to kind of tune into the testimony we've provided and have that background. So since then, we've rolled out the governance policy brief and we've provided multiple rounds of testimony to both House and Senate, and then follow up to give folks an opportunity to ask us additional questions. As with all things in the policy proposal, as we've received questions, we've sort of refined some of our language to ensure that we were clear in what our intent was. And again, and you've heard Zoe say this multiple times, we're looking for collaboration, input. This is big work, and there's no possible way to identify every single, element of detail that needs to be considered. We've also stood up our governance policy sprint team, which has folks from the field, superintendents, business managers, curriculum folks, school board members, to identify those additional considerations as we're kind of moving forward with the refinement of the policy. So there's quite a lot in there, Jennifer. I want to sort of, do you want me to give sort of the big brush strokes, or have folks read it all? What's the best use of your time this morning?
I think, why don't we jump to board member questions? And we will assume the board members have read the materials and reviewed the testimony. So I see Tammy first.
Thanks. Good morning, Jill. I have 4
Kim?
questions, but I
4 questions. Hold on, let me get my pen out.
That's right. If you want, I can even put them in the chat as I go on. I typed them out.
Perfect.
But here's, I do want to make one point before I start into my questions, and I am not trying to be confrontational, but I think it is important for the record that you note about wanting to be collaborative. I think it's important for the public to know that the State Board of Education was neither consulted on any of your recommendations for governance, including things that would change our authority, nor have you collaborated with us on this. So let's just sort of level set on that. So for the first question is on slide 20, I believe it is 24. I'm going to have my other screen over here because I can't run 2 screens this way. You talk about sort of the role of the board, and part of your recommendation is for the Agency of Education to assume responsibility for all the rules. One of the key pieces of information that you use to justify that request, and I will say that last time we Zoe talked about this, it was a practical matter, and then of course we saw new slides here that offer a different argument that suggests that the authority of the agency over certain federally mandated activities is limited by the rules adopted by the State Board of Education. Can you please point to examples of how the authority of the agency over certain federally mandated activities has been limited by the terms of the rules adopted by the State Board of Education? And relatedly, in these instances, what specific changes would the AOE make or has requested from the State Board of Education to address these issues? And relatedly, what direction from the federal government have you received that indicates that the current rules limit the AOE's ability to comply with federal statute and regulation, and as a result prevents the agency from carrying out its federally mandated activities? That's my first question.
I do see Emily Simmons who's going to weigh in on that. Before you do, Emily, I do think it's important to respond to the assertion that you made, Tammy, which was that there's been no collaboration. As with all things in the governor's proposal, we have been talking about all of the different sort of elements of our education system through the Listen and Learn, through the state profile, through the Education Commission. So I would push back on the assertion that there's been no collaboration, no sharing out of sort of the diagnosis of.
You did not talk with us about your recommendation to remove the rules from the Agency of Education. That was not discussed. It was not even included in the preview that you provided to Jennifer and myself. So I think let's just move on to my question. I know we're short on time.
Sure. All right, go ahead, Simmons.
Sure. So I think folks who have been on the board longer are aware that the agency and the state board started discussing changing the share of the responsibility for rulemaking vis-a-vis one another as early as 2019 is my memory of when there was first legislation that would have moved a majority of the rules to the Agency of Education from the state board. So again, for the record, just noting this is not a new conversation this year. So Tammy, did you put your questions in the chat? Because it's been a moment since you articulated them.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do it because it's on a different computer. So
okay, let me buy you some time. By starting to answer, I can buy you these few moments. So yes, I'm looking at the slide that you're referencing, and the text does say authority over the of the agency over certain federally mandated activities is limited by the terms of the rules. That's correct. And I don't want folks to read the word limited as only having a negative connotation in that all rules are a source of disagreement as to their content between the agency and the board. That's not the case. That's not what we're representing. Limiting is being used here in the terms of reducing the scope of the agency's responsibility that we'd otherwise have. So your rules on special education, your rules on CTE, your rules that relate to state accountability under ESSA would be examples of those fields of work where certainly the agency is the body that is accountable as far as federal accountability is concerned. And we undertake all of our activities with the field within the scope, or to use another word, within the limitations of the rules that are passed and maintained by the state board. So it's sort of like a
So help me understand why there's a
statutes,
justification for
rules,
the agency
procedures,
taking over the rules.
conversation.
So how is that, how is the federally defined, I'm sorry, let me get got too many screens open now. Help me understand how the authority over federally mandated activities, why is it a problem that the state board has the rules then if these are limitations put on the agency that are typical that we would find in any other state?
So there is a disconnect that we're pointing out between who has the responsibility and who has the accountability. And our logic in our proposal is that the same entity ought to have the responsibility and the accountability. And
So then
this
who
is,
holds the agency accountable, Emily?
in the case that we're talking about, the federal government.
Okay.
And if I can just make a request for this Q&A, if we can just allow folks to finish their sentences and not interrupt, that would be really helpful. I think there's a lot of nuance to what we're talking about, and it's really important that folks be allowed to finish their thoughts. Tammy, did you have another question, or are we going back and forth? Jennifer, I'll leave it to you to.
So I have a second question. My second question is that in our current education system, special education is broken. It's also the fastest growing component of the state education budget, and spending is very high and out of control. Act 173 was a key piece of legislation over which both of you individually had some responsibility over the past 3 years to implement. And by sort of testimony last week from Nate Levinson, the agency's consultant, Act 173 hasn't been implemented because the agency has, his quote, has not had its eye on the ball. So I'm a little confused as to then, given the challenges that the agency has in effectively implementing 173, how can the agency then be sort of asserting its ability to take on at an even bigger scale reforms, and that we have any confidence that it would be well implemented, especially since these reforms you're proposing would be done in a period of 18 to 24 months. We've had over 5 years, 6 years now to deal with Act 173. And there are assumptions being made on the funding side that those reforms would have to be implemented in order to achieve the savings. And if we didn't have those reforms implemented in that timeline, the savings that the governor's office would be taking would actually be penalizing school districts in a way that would harm children.
Tammy, can I ask a quick clarifying question? I am unclear on your assertion that I had a role in the implementation of Act 173. That's never been part of my job description.
Oh, okay, well, I just know that you're agency leadership. So I guess let's just talk about the agency more generally. And I think just in tune to both of you have been leaders in the agency over this period of time.
So I think that Zoe, in all of the previous state board meetings, has been very transparent about the work that needs to be done, and the work that she inherited when she joined the agency around the need to fully implement the recommendations of Act 173. That's an area of strategic importance for the agency, and we did specifically call out in the proposal, particularly around the funding structure, a clear acknowledgement of the fact that those changes in educational delivery that are the recommendations of 173 have not been undertaken. And so, Tammy, to your point, the testimony that you recently provided around special education costs and the way to think about restructuring that was actually incredibly helpful information in how we think about future state, how we might better fund and align resources with the delivery of special education. So I think we fully acknowledge there's actually a lot of work to be done there, and it's an area of strategic importance for the agency as we develop our strategic plan. One of the areas that we've discussed in testimony and that we know is already underway in some regions of the state is the use of regional kind of approaches to the delivery of special education, either through a BOCES or a different construct. And there's actually, I think, real work to be done there. And in addition, we are leveraging the expertise of Nate Levinson and New Solutions K-12, who've done a lot of work in this space as well, to think about both how the agency can better support the delivery of that, but also how changes within the system that we've proposed would result in more consistency in the delivery of special education. And Simmons, if you want to add anything as well.
Yes, and I don't know, Tammy, if the premise underlying your questions on these points are that the governance proposal is inadvisable in some specific aspect, or that we ought not to undertake the kinds of change that are represented generally in the governance proposal. But either way, I think the premise of your question is that the agency ought not to lead any change that is necessary going forward.
No, that's
And
not
I
my
would-
premise. I just am looking for
Okay.
assurances, Emily, that you guys can actually pull off what you're proposing. Because if you can't pull it off, then we have a bigger problem. This proposal is it's huge. And I agree that we need to do lots of the things in here, but we have an extremely aggressive timeline, right? We don't have a track record of being able to implement systemic change in the state, right? And we've tied dollars to this proposal in ways that potentially can reduce spending to levels based on some future state that we may or may not be able to accomplish within the timeline that is provided, with and without the kinds of supports that districts need to have to accomplish those changes, right? And so there's a lot of assumptions, really deep assumptions about change management here that I am questioning whether or not are realistic assumptions. That's what I'm questioning, based on sort of a pile of evidence around how systemic change has gone in this state, including the same group of consultants, the same group of people who are charged to implement past change, and you're asking to talk about major systemic changes going forward. So in order for all these things, right, that look great in this proposal to actually work, those assumptions about systemic change and how it gets done and the capacity to implement that, right, have to hold for any of this to work. And I'm not seeing a lot of evidence that anything based on past practice, that any of this can be accomplished in 18 to 24 months. That's what I'm asking about. What assurances can you give us that you can pull this off in 18 to 24 months? I mean, we don't even have enough lawyers in this state to do this number of school district mergers. We've got BOCES that we heard Jill testify that you haven't even had time to get to doing sort of the authorizing language around. And that's been within the last year.
Tammy,
So
I just want to correct the record on something. We do not have a request from districts on the BOCES authorizing language yet. What we do have is conversations that we've had with the Vermont Learning Collaborative, and I have their draft articles of agreement. I do not have a request from districts to do that yet. So
let me
I just want to be very clear, because that's been asserted twice now in public. It's not an accurate statement. So
I just want to reflect that we are at the halfway point.
We are.
Tammy, I know you still have a couple more questions, and I see Kim and Jenna.
no, I just want to hear their assurances around the assumptions that they're making.
So I would love to provide assurance that the agency has put together a plan based on our articulated goals that we have checked continuously will logically work. And I can assure you that we would not have put out a plan without giving thought to those practical considerations. I think you all have worked with me long enough to know that I care very deeply about the success of our system, and that I think very technically about connecting the pieces when it comes to legislation and rule and implementation. And so this is me, this is Emily Simmons working on this plan.
I understand that, Emily, and I think you've demonstrated over and over your technical competency, and certainly I would never question that. But I think
Okay,
the
well,
issue that I'm
ouch,
having
it
here,
felt like
what
you
I'm having
did.
here, the issue I'm having here is that we do not have a track record of actually, we have a track record of having really good ideas. We do not have a track record of implementing those ideas. That's the challenge, It's the
And-
implementation. It's not the ideas.
And I think we would all agree that the fragmented nature of our current system has been a major contributor to the difficulties we've seen in implementation in the past.
Can I jump in and I'll let Tammy go back to the rest of her questions if that's okay, because it's specific to this point, Emily. So the 1300 rules, the special ed rules, you know, deer in the headlights, first thing I am getting when I arrive, and Jenna as well, on the State Board of Ed 6 years ago. The 1300 rules, the 2360 rules, and the changes to the 2200 rules, you were instrumental, if not a somewhat silent leader on those rules. That is fact. Parts of it I was not even, you know, the 2200 committee weren't to have touched because they had been previously negotiated. And I just struggled because your role in that as the agency representative on those committees and that work being informed by the Act 173 working group, by the census-based funding group, I wanted to get the right name, was to have created rules that you're now suggesting you're not able to implement. And I'm sorry, I can't allow that to go unnoted because you're very heavy-handed and at the time very appreciated support in that work was guiding those rules every step of the way. And the pushback on some of those things that the field had to do by bringing in experts from DC on definitions to get the agency to come along to that which was commonly accepted at the federal level, a lot happened in those rules to do the best work that could happen, to be as informed, to be rules that should in fact be being implemented. And what we have seen instead is that July 1 of 2023 came and went despite our imploring as a board, as we were approving new independent schools before moratorium, that we not be approving beyond the July 1, 2023 date, because there were going to be new rules in effect. The agency, I'm not sure, has still done their full technical desk review or whatever it's called, that had been sort of constructed through a technical form that was in fact wrong based on the rules. Like, it has been a battle to get the agency to do their job on a rule that was supposed to have been implemented July 1 of 2023. So I share Tammy's deep concern that the evidence we have, whether or not you guys were hands off on EQS, but those other three rules that I cited, you were very much personally involved. The second round of 2200, you were not. But the first round of 2200, you absolutely were. As a matter of fact, you were the consistent thread that went through a couple of different chairs of that committee between Oliver and Jennifer. So I'm sorry, I share Tammy's concern regarding the ability to implement. I take deep exception with your inability to implement rules because you didn't control constructing them. I don't think it holds water to the evidence.
And can I respond? And Simmons, I don't want you to feel like you need to respond necessarily to what felt like a very sort of personal statement there, Kim. I mean,
it was a statement to
Emily
say
Simmons is
the
not
involvement of the
Secretary of
AOE.
Education. I'm going to respond to that. So again, I think that what you have heard every single time that the secretary has been in the state board is an acknowledgement of the ways that the agency has not been successful in implementing many of the requirements. That's been a totally transparent statement that she's made every time. She's come forward with. Wait, I'm going to go ahead and finish the statement as we discussed. Yeah, thank you.
You finish. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So what we are talking about is a proposal that, yes, is broad and transformative, but we also have included every single level of governance, including the Agency of Education, in this proposal. So what we are not proposing is that the agency simply take on rulemaking and it's business as usual, and we sort of ignore the fact that we have struggled with fidelity of implementation for years. What we are talking about is really making fundamental changes to how we align our support and our accountability across the entire system, and a very clear and transparent acknowledgement that the agency has to be appropriately resourced. We have to have the right level of expertise, and we have to be very clear in measuring our own fidelity of implementation. So those are things that have been, I think, said multiple times in this space and in testimony. And so what we are signaling here is a real change in approach and a real change to how we think about our accountability framework in ways that also apply to the agency. So I don't think that there's any statement that has been made that doesn't acknowledge that and the ways that the agency has struggled with that in the past. But we are also proposing significant changes to the way that the agency is resourced, structured. We have not had a strategic plan in the agency since 2014. That is work that is underway right now and will be critical to how we prioritize and resource our work. So that's sort of the only, Tammy, like those are the assurances that I can give you, is we're fundamentally changing the way that we approach the fidelity of implementation, because there's been a really clear acknowledgement that that has been a struggle, not just for the agency, but for our districts and schools. We have.
What's your timeline on that strategic plan? Are you able to implement that strategic plan within the next 6 months? Because the proposal calls for all these changes in the field to happen within the next 18 to 24 months in order to grab the savings that you're proposing. So you're telling me you're going to make all these strategic changes in the agency in the next 6 months, and that's going to translate immediately into all of this support and all this stuff that's going to happen in the field so that we can go to $180 million in savings without hurting kids. I just want to make sure I'm pulling the string here, Jill, because
So,
that's the timeline that this is all going to happen. So you're telling me that you got that timeline nailed. That's what you're saying?
I'm going to let Jill answer that, and then we're going to move on to Jenna and Tom.
Yeah, so our work for strategic planning has been underway for several months. So we have done quite a lot of this work. It's underway with all agency staff, which is a departure from previous kind of work around this. And that we are now at a point where we need to, we've already identified what many of our strategic priorities are. It wouldn't make sense for us to complete, by any kind of metric of how you might build a strategic plan, for us to complete that work until we understand what's going to come out of the legislature in this session. Correct? Why would we build it if we don't know where we're going? But we've done, significant work to get us to the point where we can complete that strategic planning and then appropriately resource and prioritize the work within the agency.
Exactly. And then the governance proposal is going to happen concurrently, and we're going to have that all done in 18 months, and we're going to realize $180 million of savings in 18 to 20 months. I just want to be clear, the timing doesn't work.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that I just need to speak to, Jennifer, is that it wasn't a personal attack on Emily. It was an acknowledgement of the role the AOE played. We're hearing a lot about Zoe having inherited problems at the agency. And the problems in implementation is that the agency didn't control the rules. That is not the experience of having adopted the important changes that came as a result of 173 and the agency's involvement in that rulemaking process. And that was my point in mentioning that. And I think to Tammy's point, while Zoe isn't here and had inherited problems, you both have been there. And I'm sorry, Jill, I've not crossed paths with you until Essex in the fall, and I apologize for not really knowing what your role was before and understanding what it is now. But I do know Emily's, and I know Emily's been deeply involved, and we've spent meeting after meeting arguing on some of the ways to implement rules that Emily was deeply involved in creating. So that is, if you're using the rules as the reason why you can't implement them properly because the AOE didn't create them, I think that fails the straight face test. And it is not a personal attack on Emily. It is a reflection of the facts as they existed.
Well, let Emily speak for herself. My point was that I wasn't making the connection between outlining Emily's role and the agency's implementation, because that's the role of a Secretary of Education, not our General Counsel. But more importantly, I'm going to let Simmons speak for herself here, but I do think that there's been some oversimplification of what our kind of stances, and I think that I just spoke to the challenges in the fidelity of implementation in years past, which are not single causal, and we've never said that they are. So, but please, Simmons, go ahead.
So, Jennifer, I'm going to apologize to you because I'm going to take a couple of moments that take us a little further even off track than we already are from discussing the governance proposal. But I feel like to protect my professional reputation as a lawyer, I need to clarify. Not everybody's been on the board long enough to know the before times before Act 173, but several of you have. Yes, I was tasked by the secretary at the time to support the state board in its rulemaking function on the 2200 rule rewrite and the 2 special education rule rewrites in response to 173. And I was excited to undertake that work. It was interesting to me. I was working with really smart people like Kim who were very engaged on the issue. And it was a time in my job that I found very professionally fulfilling. However, it taught me a hard lesson as a lawyer, which is that inevitably, no matter how much shared commitment there is to the goals of a rulemaking, there is always the real risk that 2 separate entities, in this case, the agency, which is my client, and the state board, which is not formally my client, might have diverging interest points of view in the rulemaking. And it did later in the process come to be the case on a few issues where it was very uncomfortable that clearly there were really formal, respectful differences of opinion on the best approach forward. And that is a position I never should have put myself in as a lawyer. Some of you are familiar with the professional responsibilities of lawyers, and just in case you're not, a lawyer can only have one client at a time. That's a really hard and fast rule for us. And so feeling that we got really way too close to a conflict in that rulemaking, I determined that agency lawyers should not be put in that position in the future. And so what the board has experienced as a real, Kim, I think you used the word pullback or hands-off approach from the agency since that time, came from that realization. And my view that the agency lawyers should work for their client and should not become involved in giving that kind of support to the state board as much as we would like to, and as much as it would help everybody. It just is a truth of the system as we have it now, that when agency lawyers appear and work and serve as draftspeople and legal resources to the state board in that way, it becomes very ethically tricky for them and confusing for state board members, right? You deserve to know who is your lawyer, who is your lawyer that you can have confidential conversations with, etc. And I think we have taken steps to avoid that muddying of the waters ever again. I don't regret those steps. I think they are the right thing to do. They have also, unfortunately, had the consequence of leaving you all without, I'll say me, because that's who it was in the past, but agency lawyers really like in the trenches with you on that rulemaking work. And you've got an excellent outside counsel to support you. So I think it's all okay in the end, but Kim, you're highlighting a historic, just a history where my point of view is very different on why that happened. And so I needed to make my point of view heard on that because I sat in a different chair. So thank you. And also pointing back to Kim, your point about you're almost painted as if the agency is trying to have it both ways. Oh, we participated in the rules and now we're complaining about them. That's a really unfortunate perception. And I'm sorry that you have that perception. No, we respect the state board's rulemaking authority and also need you to hear that in big ways and small, if we were writing the rules, they would just necessarily look different. That's just the way it goes when somebody has authority and you don't. It's just a reality of the world we live in. So we will always implement the board's rules. That is our legal obligation that we take very seriously.
And I think our challenge has been we've not experienced that to be happening with efficacy and in a timely fashion. And that is a deep concern for the piece that no matter who is making the rules, the agency should be doing, and the ability to affect that compliance, we just
Thanks.
don't have it.
I'm going to move on. Jenna, Tom, I think Gray.
Thanks. My comments are coming from the executive summary on page 9, the middle paragraph. And really that paragraph kind of takes me back to what made me want to be part of the state board to begin with. I don't think anybody joins or wants to be part of the state board because they want to engage in an adversarial relationship with the agency of education. And when I read that paragraph, I feel like there's so many opportunities there that we have complementary goals and ways to build coherence between the two that really haven't been broached in lots of ways. So there's an opportunity there that I would just put a pin in and say, like, that would be interesting to explore. And I also want to thank Jill for acknowledging an implementation issue, because I think that is something as a state board member, you learn very quickly that there are significant issues with implementation at multiple levels across the entire state. I also want to appreciate and call out Emily's technical expertise and guidance through many different conversations and lifting up this proposal, which is full of very, very technical pieces. I can honestly say, as a board member and as a person, as a professional, I concern myself with a lot of adaptive pieces of the work rather than the technical. So when I'm reading all these materials and I've listened to hours of testimony, I understand the why. Like, I get it. Like, I don't think you're selling Vermonters on a why here. It's the how. And I keep writing, how, question mark, how? Like, I can't see this. And I think Tammy touched on when she thinks about change management. What does change management look like through a very, very technical proposal? This proposal also doesn't use the word practical. Emily, you mentioned it. I've listened to Secretary Saunders say it over and over and over again. Practical, practicalness. How is it, like, this is now a system where practical has been called out numerous times. Practical is an exception, but if I'm hearing it over and over again, is it going to be the exception? So I'm wondering, I would love an oversimplification of a plan here, because I can't see the how. And I'm left to interpret some of this on my own, and I'm reading and I'm like, well, where did Act 73 go as that was lifted up? And I'm like, well, wait a minute, are these school advisory councils? Was this supposed to be like the ESSA, the old continuous improvement plan teams that we had? Like, is that kind of in there? And then Act 168, like, that was lifted up, and then now we're at these educational service agencies. So I'm kind of like left to like pull apart pieces. And as I'm doing this in a way, I just can't lose sight of the culture of the why. Like, we all agree on the why. It's the how, and putting kids first and thinking about, you know, the outcomes. I hear you, like, it's all about outcomes, but this plan, it's hard to see that. So I guess there's not even a question in there. It's kind of a plea of a really looking at the mechanics and how a technical plan impacts culture.
Thank you, Jenna. I'm going to take notes on what you said real quick, because I don't want to, while we move on, I don't want to lose any of that. That was really thoughtful and helpful.
Yeah, Jenna, thank you. I do appreciate that. And that is, I appreciate your comment that you feel like the why is something that we do have some consensus on. And I think also the why of the timeline, which we fully acknowledge is a really aggressive timeline. It's why we have the timeline policy sprint team together for folks to say, wait a minute, have you considered this? Wait a minute, how are you going to do this? That's all really important. And that does, Jenna, to your point, that does get to the mechanics. How do we get to where we're going? But the urgency also comes from, Jenna, what you just pointed to, which is sort of the critical lodestone for us, which is that by almost any measure we have right now, our system is not serving our students in an equitable way. We have urgency to address that. And our proposal is an acknowledgement that we cannot take 10 years to make these adjustments in funding, in the delivery of educational services, in accountability and support that the agency needs to provide to the field, and then that the field needs to respond to. We can't take 10 years because of that urgency, because of the long standing patterns that we're seeing for student outcomes by any measure, the whole child approach that we are really advocating for. So I'm with you, Jenna. We do need to continue to work on the how. We've got a lot of these mechanics down, but as I said right from the beginning, this is big work. And for every single thing that we're proposing, there's 101 decision points and sort of considerations of planning that need to happen. So I absolutely appreciate your comments. I think they're really thoughtful and helpful.
Go to Tom and then Gray, and then I want to check in with board members with the timing on all of this.
I do, Jennifer, I just want to acknowledge, I do at noon, I do need to jump off. So that's okay. As long as I'm available.
Okay.
Yeah, my questions are pretty specific. This plan around school choice, that part of it looks very much like a charter school / magnet school kind of proposal. My experience there is that it limits parental choice, doesn't expand it, and more. And again, we move now towards it where the more well-off families are the only ones who have really school choice. I'm wondering what kind of study you've done about the Northeast Kingdom ecosystem and the role of independent schools here. I'm also wondering about grades 7 and 8, which in some ways are considered secondary ed, in other ways it looks like excluded. So really that's my question is around the Northeast Kingdom. Because in these 5 large districts, I would say that within a district, there are cultural differences even within the same large district. But the Northeast Kingdom ecosystem is very different than other ecosystems that you have outlined. And I'm wondering if you played this out in the Northeast Kingdom to make sure that it's going to work, given the way that independent schools function here.
Thanks. So Simmons, I'll let you add some of the sort of specificity to this, but I want to just say very clearly, yes, we absolutely were considering the Northeast Kingdom. And Jenna, to your point, this is one of those places where practicality becomes critical. So when you look at the map, there are sort of whole swaths of the Northeast Kingdom that do not have either a public or an independent school within driving distance. Jenna, I see you. Jenna, do you want to say something? Because I see your face.
I have the map and I asked, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I wish you'd go back because it's not accurate. So at least have the maps be accurate of where schools exist and what grades they serve. Sorry, that would be helpful as well. Thanks.
If you'd like to reach out to me with the specifics on that, that would be helpful. So in short answer, this is the Northeast Kingdom is one of those places where the practicality of how the different elements of kind of the education ecosystem sort of serve students is really important. Our school choice framework is really trying to contemplate that. And what we have tried to keep as sort of a basic principle is building the system for the system. And then Jenna, to your point, addressing the practical concerns of the exceptions. In a lot of ways, our Vermont education system is built around a whole series of exceptions over a really, really, really long time, right? And so that's where a lot of the complexity and sometimes the sort of disincentives for kind of efficiencies and scale sort of come in. Simmons, I don't know if you kind of want to walk through some of the sort of basic elements. I think there's been a lot of maybe misunderstandings around what it is exactly that we're proposing. So it's helpful to take a moment to clarify.
Yeah, so I'll start with Tom, your wonder. Is it a charter system? Is it a magnet system? I would say it's not a charter system, period. But magnet system, perhaps to some extent that will be up to the school districts, but I definitely anticipate that public school districts would establish what could be fairly called a magnet school or multiple magnet schools under this plan. Yes. So really, if I had to give you the elevator summary of what it means, just so you can check what I'm saying with what you've read, it's that the new school districts will have a job, and their job is to designate at least one school that counts as a school choice school. And it can be a public school, it can be an independent school that meets conditions, it could be a combination of the two, it could be one or any number of schools. One is just the minimum. And we are looking to have shared accountability regardless of the kind of identity of the school choice school. Of course, as the board is very familiar, there are some aspects that when you're talking about a non-public entity, we need to sort of massage to make those same requirements fit their context, but that is very much the intent, to have the same and shared accountability applying to whichever school choice school the district designates.
And so I think Tom also just speaking sort of specifically, and you've heard Zoe say this in testimony, so thinking about specifically the Northeast Kingdom and then also down in the Southwest, where we have certain independent schools that have served a really sort of specific function, kind of operating almost as the public school in that area. And so we would anticipate that districts can and should consider their kind of portfolio of existing schools, historic patterns, and geographic distance to ensure that they are continuing to make practical considerations, right? And allow students to be able to attend schools that are geographically in their region, high quality schools. But I think critically, the kind of high leverage standards of shared accountability across all public schools and independent schools that would be receiving public dollars is a really critical aspect of this. And then also that it will be the districts who will be identifying which schools are going to be the school choice schools in their district. So in a place like Champlain Valley, where independent schools play a less critical role, potentially you might identify magnet schools in that region that would have specialized programming, specialized opportunities that students within that district would be able to access. So we are again trying to build for the whole system and then allow districts to make the choices that serve the students within their district.
Okay. Gray, I know you've had your hand up for a while. I'm going to let you ask a question. Oh, Tom, did you have another question?
I was just going to follow up and say that in the Northeast Kingdom, and I would really hope that people would come and see how it works here. Parents choose schools not just because of the quality of the academics, but also the certain culture and climate, and the size of the school matters. Small schools matter. In the testimony that's come before our 2200 committee, we hear the stories of why parents choose schools, and districts will not have that same perspective. And that's my point, is that that's what it makes a lot of these. I know Emily said it's not a charter school system, and I know, but it's got a lot of the elements of charter school systems that I've seen. And it limits parental choice. That was just my comment. So I understand how it's going to work, but that's my comment.
Thank you. So what I was going to say, and Tom, I'm sorry that I had cut you off. I'm going to have Gray, and I now see Caleb's hand is up. I just want to point out, I knew this was going to be a lively conversation. It is 11 o'clock. We have this on the agenda until, I believe, 11:20 with a break, and then we have a presentation at 11:30. So I don't know if board members are able to stay later and if we should finish up Q&A with agency staff now, and then maybe in the second half of our meeting today, that then we would be able to have the board conversation about if there are additional questions, comments that I could then, or Tammy and I could then report back to the General Assembly. Or is this the conversation and these are the questions that we can report back to the General Assembly?
I'd like to see the conversation continue. I think that we're getting good feedback from the board here and that you and I can then summarize sort of this larger conversation, but I'm seeing a lot more hands here and I think it's important everybody is able to sort of engage in that conversation.
Okay, I agree. I just wanted to make sure that everyone's comfortable with the little shift of plans here. Okay, Gray, and then I'm actually gonna.
Sorry, 1 second. I will have to leave at the latest at 1:15.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's continue the conversation with the agency for now. And I just want to make sure that I get everyone's questions. I'm going to do Caleb, and then I'm sorry, Gray, then Caleb, and Lyle. I don't believe you've had your hand raised yet, so I'll go to you third. Okay, Gray, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. I asked a similar question to Zoe last time, and I know Jennifer mentioned before that when looking at these types of things, we want to look at the benefits, and that's usually what's talked about, or like, when talking about transitioning rulemaking to the agency, but it's also important to look at what's being taken away. And I have expressed that I feel the biggest problem is a loss of separation of powers and a loss of a democratic process. There's a discussion that the rulemaking and implementing rulemaking is made difficult by the fact that the rulemaking doesn't come from the agency. But in my mind, at least, that's just sort of how it's supposed to work. It might feel that the democratic process is a restraint, but that's sort of what it is. Congress is supposed to feel like a restraint on the president. I just feel like that's how it typically works within government. But before opening that discussion too much, I just, at the very least, would you recognize that there is an issue in terms of separation of powers created? Whether or not you see that as a solvable issue is a different matter, but would you say that is an issue, or do you disagree with me entirely?
Let somebody speak to this. Yeah.
Thank you. Great. I'm so glad to talk to you about this because I did watch this section of the meeting and I loved all the points that you brought up. So I'm going to tell you, yes, I disagree with you, period. And then I'll get into it more, but I don't want to cloud or muddy my answer in my explanation. So yes, I disagree. I do not see the change in authority for rulemaking, switching from the state board to the agency, as impacting the separation of powers. The state board and the agency are members of the executive branch. The other two branches in Vermont, I'm telling you all things you know, are the legislature and the judiciary. The rulemaking process is given to the executive branch by the legislative branch in bound or limited terms that are expressed in legislation. So to play out a really short fake example, the legislature says the Agency of Agriculture is going to make rules on this topic, but not this topic. then it passes to them in the executive branch to fulfill that role and be consistent with the terms passed by the legislature, to only stick to the topic that was delegated to them. And then to bring in the judiciary to make sure that we're wrapping it all up. In this fake example, someone might not agree that one of the rules was actually within the delegation to the Agency of Agriculture by the legislative branch. So they would sue, they bring a legal action against the Agency of Agriculture, and the judicial branch would determine whether the rule was a proper exercise of the legislative delegation to the executive. So that's just my view of how the separation of powers works in the rulemaking context. To get more specific about rulemaking, no matter what element of the executive branch is engaging in rulemaking, the formal requirements in Title III, which is legislation, are the same. You have to go through the same formalities and hold the same amount of public comment, regardless of the entity. Now, let me not ignore the very real and important practice of the state board through the years to do more than is required, which is laudable, and again, is consistent with the way the agency has demonstrated our processes when we did the district quality standards. So it is always better to do more public engagement, make sure that you are not just hewing to the very technical requirements in the legislation that gives rulemaking authority, but to truly seek engagement, right? Because we all know that people don't necessarily turn up at those public hearings that you're required to have at 5 o'clock on a weekday, right? That's really not enough to know that you've engaged in your rulemaking.
In terms of the checks and balances system, I feel that there's an issue with assuming that it's a one and done type of thing. It's not just you split the government in three and then that's it. And within those, there's no further steps. There's so many levels to the government in which we continue to do that separation of powers. If you look at within any branch of the government, if you look, within the legislature, it's then split between the House and the Senate, and the power in there is consolidated, and so on and so on. So I think anytime that we talk about combining the abilities of two different parts of the government, that's always a consolidation of power, even if it's a small consolidation of power. And I'm not saying all consolidation of power is a bad thing, but I do think it has to be recognized as such. When we talk about, having both the implementation of rulemaking and actual creation of rulemaking, directly under the governor, that's consolidation of power under the governor. And it's all right if we think that's a good thing, and there are certainly pros to that. I agree it probably would be more efficient, but I just think in order to have a healthy discussion about this, we have to weigh the benefits of efficiency versus the loss of that checks and balances system, even if it's a small checks and balances system within a larger one. So I think on either side, if we both either refuse to acknowledge that there are benefits of this potential change, but also if we refuse to acknowledge that there is a loss here, but the consolidation, it does hurt the democratic process, even if we consider that acceptable damage. If there's not that acknowledgement, then what are we discussing? Because those are the pros and cons in my mind that we're weighing. And otherwise, I don't know what we're talking about. You would agree that it's consolidation of power under the governor, right?
I agree that it's a consolidation of, I'm sorry, were you done with your question? I sort of jumped in
No,
there.
yeah, I was done.
Okay. I agree that it's a consolidation of power in the agency. It's an expansion of the agency's power, 100%. Where you and I might still disagree a bit is whether it reduces or expands the power of the governor, which I don't know if you want to get into that further. The state board still is organizationally beneath the governor, as is the agency. We're sort of side by side in the org chart.
That's true.
That. And in the rulemaking process, every agency goes through the interagency committee on administrative rules, if you remember that step from past rulemaking. And that is a committee that broadly represents the executive branch. And I would say it's fair to say the governor has a lot of influence at that step of the rulemaking process. And that's the same whether the agency is putting forth the rules or the state board.
Yeah, well, if we move it away from talking about the governor, we just talk about consolidation under the agency. I agree, it would be bolstering the power of the agency of education. And I would say fundamentally, anytime in government that you have a situation where someone or something or some organization is increasing power, that power is being taken away from somewhere else. Therefore, it's consolidation of power. Therefore, there's a loss of some process that was previously in place to divide that power. So it really does seem to me like a part of the checks and balances system is being taken away. And just from my perspective, a totally necessary one. I don't think that consolidation of power is good. I think, yeah, sometimes things are made more difficult because they're divided like that, right? It is harder to implement rules that you didn't create. I agree. I think that's a necessary restraint. And I would argue the purpose for that division is to have that restraint to slow down the process, but I think it's worth it because I just think that's generally how democracy works. Those are all my comments.
Thank you. Caleb, and then Lyle.
All right. So I'm kind of circling back to what Tom was talking about earlier within the NEK. Not only am I a student within the NEK, I'm a school choice student within the NEK. I live within the North Country Supervisory Union, and I go to Lake Region. So completely different supervisory union, and I am more than grateful to be able to make that choice. The year that my freshman year started, they allowed only 4 students to make that choice, whether you lived out of district transferring into Lake Region District. And I couldn't imagine not being able to make that choice. And as Tom said, there are so many different factors that go into being able to choose a school, whether it's academic prowess, whether it's athletic prowess, or even just culture in and of itself. I think if you combined supervisory unions into a larger district, you would lose so much culture, so much tradition, so much of what makes individual schools what they are. I mean, I couldn't imagine North Country Supervisory Union and Lake Region being one, let alone any others that would be a part of that group. I genuinely just could not see that. There are parts of Lake Region that I could never see being a part of North Country, and vice versa. There's just a very strong sense, for example, of community involvement, community engagement within Lake Region, that being a rural area, every single town a part of the district, super rural, and yet it's so intertwined through community, and you just don't see that in a lot of other areas. So I think combining culture like that is just not something I could see. And as an update to what I said and what John Castle said in our special meeting on the 3rd, he did say, I don't know if you remember, that 5 districts, in his opinion, was not enough. He did clarify to say that. And I've heard that as I repeat what I said on the 3rd, I've heard that at every level within my district and others surrounding me. I've heard it from superintendents, well-educated students, teachers. They just share the same sentiment that 5 districts would not be representative of rural areas in Vermont. It would not sustain the community and the culture that thrives in rural Vermont. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. Lyle, and then I'm going to put myself after
Jennifer,
Lyle.
can I briefly just kind of,
Sure.
and not necessarily a response to Caleb, although I do really appreciate your thoughtful comments, Caleb. I want to sort of take a step back and identify that throughout this process, we have put forward a proposal for 5 districts. We were very explicit in how we arrived at 5 districts. And I've said multiple times in testimony, we didn't start there, right? What we did as we were developing the proposal is we identified some really explicit goals. And then as we began to model different approaches to the scale and governance of the system, 5 districts arose from that, and it was the districts around which supervisory unions already organized themselves, because another one of our goals was to not break up existing district constructs and like wipe the map clean and go through a many year process of redrawing district lines. So that was a a sort of a metric that we also used, but we were very explicit about the goals that we were trying to achieve. We put those in testimony. And what we've also said is, and I'm going to continue to say this because I think folks really don't believe us when we're saying it, we want to collaborate with people on this. We want to think about how we might refine this proposal. And so if folks had different goals that they hoped to achieve and were explicit about what those goals were, they might come up with a different scale and governance structure. And what we have said multiple times is, as folks do contemplate different ways to organize ourselves, what I would encourage people to do is to start from what the goals are, be explicit about those goals, and then run the models and run the approaches to see if you're going to achieve those goals. So we arrived at 5 districts. I understand I'm not immune to the fact I have kids in this system. I married a Vermonter, who likes to talk to me about what it was like when he was growing up a lot. And I understand that this is a different scale for the Vermont system. It's a pretty typical scale in a lot of other states, but we understand that fundamentally there's some differences here. We've also been really explicit about what we were hoping to achieve and that this structure achieves those goals. So again, I really do encourage folks to collaborate with us to help us refine our thinking, or to identify different explicit goals that you would want to achieve, and then how might you structure the system to achieve that. So I just want to underlay that as this was a principle and kind of our methodology in a lot of ways in how we approach this. We recognize there's other ways to organize. We looked at other ways to organize, but they didn't achieve the goals that we wanted.
Thanks. Lyle, and then me.
That is a perfect segue. Thank you, Jill. One of my questions was around what you said earlier, which was that you've set things up geographically with boundaries into regions, the 5 regions that are reasonably within reach of students and that can meet the goals that you were alluding to just now. I guess my question right now, and it'll surprise everyone that I'm an advocate for technical education, one of my questions would have been, and probably still is, because there are already hub and spoke models around technical centers, why we don't have 16 different districts around the state that will lead to the center, which is the technical center. So, and I'm not looking for an answer to, probably you modeled that and you looked at that, and I'm not looking for that answer right now. What I guess I am looking for, and maybe it's a question more to Jennifer, which is beyond today, what is the most effective and respectful way for us to present our concerns, questions, and thoughts, and to whom, and what influence might that actually have at the end of the day? What does, and going back to Jill's comment, what does collaboration look like from this point forward so that we can have positive conversations? So throwing that out there, maybe it's a question for Jennifer more than anyone else.
Well, I'll let Jill and Emily talk about collaboration, but to your point, Lyle, the board will have its report back on this. So I think we can have sort of an official summary of today's discussion. You also obviously have your legislators with whom you can speak. So, and to my knowledge, there's still no bill that has been introduced for anyone to react to.
We've submitted language, Jennifer.
Okay. I think there is a bill from Jim Harrison about tech center, how the district could be set up around tech centers.
So I think that
can I quickly follow up on one of Jill's points?
Can she answer and then you follow up?
Sure. I didn't hear her speak. Maybe it's a delay. I didn't hear her speak.
So I was going to signal just a couple of things. So the first is the way that we have kind of framed the policy sprint teams, and there's 8 off the top of my head, some of which have been stood up, but not all of them at this point. is a way to get direct input from kind of subject matter experts and folks in the field to help to highlight some considerations, some ideas, insights around ways to either refine or improve, or just like, again, like concerns. I think I signaled some of those with the timeline sprint, right? So how might you address collective bargaining, right? Like that was an initial one. So what you can expect is that the sort of summary of those sessions, really, I think kind of through this week and maybe into next week, are going to be summarized. We will be sharing those, making those public. We'll be sharing them with legislators as they do kind of grapple with our proposed legislative language. And so that is one key area. And I'll just sort of signal, like, nothing that has been said here today has not also been coming up in those policy sprint teams as considerations. So, and that we haven't also heard raised in other venues as well, including testimony in the Ed Commission. What I would, and Jennifer, I think this is a conversation that like you and Zoe might be able to have, which is, I think it's helpful. We're doing this with VSBE, we're doing this with VSA and other folks, is, you know, ingesting questions from folks. Are there places where we can be more clear? Are there places where we can address kind of, Jenna, to your point, some of the practicalities, the mechanics of the how? And we are like very happy to receive those. When I say collaboration, I also mean thought partners. I mean folks who have ideas about how might this be refined, how might it be improved, how might we think about this in a different way. And that can happen organically. It could happen through a formal kind of way. And Jennifer, I would sort of leave it to you and the folks on the state board to sort of figure out if that's collaboration that you would like to be part of. But I would also say, Lyle, to your point, like probably 10 times a day, I get emails and phone calls from folks saying, I want to talk about this. I really like some parts of this, but man, do I hate other parts of this. And let me tell you why, and let me tell you what you could do instead. So that's what I mean by collaboration, is really more of a, you know, Jenna, to your point, if we do have consensus on the why that things need to change, and I'm sort of hoping that we do, I think we've all sort of collectively made the case for that, then I would also hope that there might actually be collaboration to try to take the proposal that's come from the governor and improve it and refine it and make it better, because that is actually the goal. We're not looking for a win, we're looking for the best possible thing that could come out for the education system. So we mean it when we say collaboration, and we really do want thought partners.
Okay. Tammy, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, two points. Hey, Jill, I'm welcome to collaborate with you on your ed finance proposal anytime, but I haven't heard from you and I haven't heard from APA. So just, I'll stand by my phone on that. But
I'm going to correct that. We've reached out multiple times and we will continue to do so.
No, you have not. No one has reached out to me from your team about the ed finance proposal. I got an email from Zoe asking me to talk about my concerns about your data from last fall. And that meeting was scheduled and then nobody could make it. No one from your administration has reached out to me about ed finance, period. Okay. So let's keep the record straight on that.
I'm going to disagree on that.
I want to go back to goals. So I want to go back to goals. So I'd like to set a goal or suggest a goal for this process. And I'd like to suggest a goal that is evidence-based, right? Because some of the elements of your proposal, I'm having a hard time reconciling with what we know from the research. So for example, there's a good body of research that suggests that the optimal district size is between 4,000 and 6,000. So there's a little bit of a disconnect. So I think there also, you know, there's a paper that's just out, probably going to win one of the papers of the year award on charter schools in Pennsylvania that show that students in rural communities tend to have lesser, their outcomes in charter schools are far lower than those in other charter environments in urban areas where we have more geographic, right, concentrations of people, because we have two things, right? The quality of the charter schools are much lower because there are fewer students, right? And it drives up costs. So I'm having a hard time with some of these proposals that are in here and seeing the direct connections with the evidence that we know in the research that is best practice, and also that raises red flags that we need to pay attention to, right? So when we're seeing, for example, evidence that children in rural areas who attend charter schools on average have lower outcomes than children who attend charter schools in urban areas, and even lower outcomes than students who choose to attend public schools in rural areas, and that is due to some of the issues around economies of scale and the inability to actually have real choice models operate at scale in rural areas, and the cost associated with that. That makes me wonder about sort of elements of the proposal we have on the table. So maybe we can set as a goal, like having evidence-based be at our center, and we can start to sort of take pieces of your proposal and connect it directly to the literature that you're and the evidence that you're using to support those recommendations. I'd like to suggest that as a goal.
Annie, can I ask a question? You just said charter schools multiple times, but that is not our proposal. There is no element.
But charter schools are the predominant school choice model that is used other places, right? And you've talked about magnets, and so I think we can learn from the national school choice literature, right? We can learn from New Orleans, we can learn from Pennsylvania. Particularly Pennsylvania is useful because they have the largest school choice model that operates in rural areas in the country. And I think we can learn a lot from those places. And we should be looking at sort of what have been the successes and where we might anticipate some of the challenges, right? And operating at scale, operating any kind of choice model at scale in rural areas is a challenge, right? And we've got ample evidence in the literature that suggests that. And so I think we can read and look at that literature to understand sort of what those challenges are. And then we should be designing and sort of really taking those considerations into account in our design, right? I'm not saying I'm anti-choice. I'm just saying we need to really be drawing on the literature and the experiences of other states trying to implement choice models in rural areas.
I'm not sure I heard a question in there, so I'm taking the comment.
No, I'm just suggesting a goal, right? You said you're open for goals, and I'm like,
I don't
how
think
about
that
we make
we would
evidence-based
say
a goal?
that we
Evidence-based
haven't
would be a
been.
great goal. I think
So
you asked for goals, and so I'm suggesting a goal would be for us to set a bar to make any recommendations that are coming out of this grounded carefully in the evidence we have and on the experiences of what's been implemented other places. So to Gray's point, we can understand both the upside and the downsides. And when we understand the downsides, then we can think carefully about how do we design around those, and we can anticipate implementation challenges. There have been real implementation challenges in other places around these things. But I don't see that in the proposal. Maybe you're talking about it behind, the green curtain, and that's great. But it's not in the proposal, and that gets to Jenna's why. And so I think if we can say you're taking that as a goal, that we're going to have sort of whatever we do here be evidence-based, and you're making those explicit connections to sort of the pros and cons and showing how you're designing for strengths that are coming out of the evidence and how the implementation design is taking into consideration challenges and potential pitfalls that we can see in the evidence that has occurred other places. That should be a goal that we set for our proposal going forward.
Simmons, did you have a comment?
We can let it go. We're running out of time.
Yeah, I think let's just let it go.
Okay, so I'm going to put myself next because I haven't spoken. One comment, and I'm looking at the proposed duties of the State Board of Ed under this new governance model. A lot of the things that have been flagged are already being done by the VSBA. So it would be a shift from the VSBA to the State Board of Ed in a way that I'm not really clear on the why for that. And then my second comment, and this is kind of a thread that's sort of underlying a bunch of different concerns that I have. And just to pick up on what Caleb said, I too share a concern, and Tammy, that 5 districts is too small. And my fear is that the way this model has been set up, it is both over and under inclusive. So I think there are parts of the state where we don't need school choice schools, where I think people are bristling at the idea of having a school choice school because it sounds like you're expanding choice into areas that currently don't have it, don't need it. At the same time, I think by setting up these large districts that fail to recognize the small communities that comprise them and the different cultural flavors that each community has, and sort of lumping them in these, giant 14,000 person districts, you lose that. I'm concerned. I mean, first of all, you're going to lose these small community voices, because when I think about, 5 elected board members, they're probably not going to come from our most rural parts of the state. They're probably going to be the more populated parts of the state. And I worry that those small communities are going to get rolled over, that they are not going to effectively have a voice. I am concerned that, 5 board members aren't going to understand the particular flavor that a community brings to the school system. And, given where I live, I'm worried, frankly, that 5 board members might not agree to grant school choice school status to a historic independent school that has been serving the area, because it's a 5-person vote. I mean, that vote could easily fall 3-2. So I worry that this is giving power to districts that they might not necessarily want, but it's also investing too much power in districts that they don't necessarily need. And I worry that there are going to be great inconsistencies in how the school choice school model is rolled out, depending on which district you're in. If I'm reading the tea leaves, the State Board of Ed is going to basically greenlight a school to be a school choice school, but it's still up to the district to make that final vote determination. And it's distinctly possible that a school might be greenlighted by the State Board of Ed, yet fail to pass that district vote in a way that I think actually lessens predictability and creates instability for local communities. So I just threw a lot at you, but I feel like that 5 district model, back to Gray's point, you might be gaining things, but I think you're also losing things that make Vermont, and we're really potentially rolling over the voices of our small communities. So I'm just throwing that out there, not really expecting an answer. I do note that it's 11.
Jennifer, if I can just speak very briefly, I think to the very first part of your comment, which was, yeah, thank you. So again, our approach as we looked at the entire proposal and looked at governance from all the way through the system. And I think, I can't remember if Zoe said this in our last state board in the special meeting. We've said it. We've been in a lot of testimony lately. I can't remember what we've said where. Our approach was very much to start with the schools and the districts, to try to get that scale and that size right based on our goals. And then to look all the way up and down through the system. This is where we have sort of identified that there may be a role for something like a BOCES or an education service agency, right? And it is also, as we looked at the sort of statewide entities, looking at where we could align responsibility and accountability, and also where are there areas in the state agencies or the state entities where we could have some really specific roles and duties that are not sort of well captured at this moment. And so one of those places is the way that the state provides support to school boards. And you're right that the VSBA does provide trainings and curricula and a lot of support for the school boards. When it came to district quality standards, though, that was an area that we really identified would be a really important role, particularly with the sort of heightened responsibility and role for these 5 school boards. And so that was why we kind of landed on that. It's a much more sort of robust, it's not just sort of the supportive role, I think, that the VSBA, and I know Sue's on here and she's saying, don't mischaracterize this, but I'm trying to be as broad as possible. I think VSBA does a lot of important work there, but it's not a statewide entity that has kind of responsibility. And Simmons, you wanted to add something as well, so I'll let you do that.
Right. Yes, Jennifer, I'll agree with you. The activities of school boards that we are proposing to give to the state board to oversee might overlap with some of the resources that the VSBA offers now. But to Jill's point, we also think that some accountability should go along with that. And in the state right now, we don't have a lot of accountability interactions with school boards. So let me be clear what we don't think is appropriate and we're not proposing. We're not proposing that anyone, the state board, the agency, be the oversight body for the conduct of school board members. They're elected officials. That would be inappropriate. What we are proposing is a few key or high leverage activities of the school boards that we think need a home at the state level to convene school boards so that they can compare their approaches and collaborate on their approaches to those high leverage activities so that there can be a statewide view and feedback as to the approaches taken and continuous improvement. And another platform for discussion is the best way I can put it, so that in addition to resources that you get from the nonprofit, the VSBA, there is a real state government home for those high leverage activities. And they are essentially the equity-based budget model that's going to be really important with larger systems. The proficiency on district quality standards, again, coming up for us because of the increased authority of larger boards.
Thanks. So board members, I know it is 11:33. Gwen Carmoli is here. What I would like to propose is I need to take a 5-minute break because I've been drinking water all morning. I'd like to come back by 11:40 and pick up the rest of our agenda. I think if board members want to continue this conversation at the end of our meeting, I'm happy to do that. I know some board members have to step off. I can stay on, so we can do just poll to see how long people are able to stay.
Jennifer, I really appreciate the need for a break and to keep on schedule. I will just say a couple of very quick, specific things that will benefit from the reflection of Emily. Put on the clock, 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, one thing I'm going to say that I find ironic is that it seems as though the suggestion is that the SBE become accountable for oversight on the district quality standards, which were crafted by the AOE. So that is just an interesting irony. And I know that the metrics for the quality assurances have yet to be established by the AOE. So I think I'll leave that to that. And to be clear, I know Emily probably remembers the conferences held every fall for the VSBA and the incredible valuable learning opportunity that is. So to suggest that there's not collaboration happening through the VSBA and their roles with school boards and the required training for leaders is, I think, is not true. The other thing I will say, and this was my real question, like, who holds the AOE accountable when the rules and laws aren't being implemented in a timely fashion, like was the case with Act 173 and private school renewals for proposal to the SBE aren't getting to our body for action, and that is our statutory responsibility. And as I understand it, the AOE is accountable only to the governor, and that's not having the effect of getting the job done. I want to say further, to reach the transformation plan goals, there will be a need for there to be school closures to reach the class size minimums that are being proposed. And I'd like to know if the governor will also be taking responsibility and accountability for that. Will he be taking responsibility for school closures?
The question, Kim, is whether or not the proposal includes a framework for school closures.
It's whether or not, I mean, the governor, you guys are accountable just to the governor. The governor is making this proposal. The only way for this proposal to work is for there to be school closures to meet the minimum class sizes that are being proposed. Is the governor similarly going to be responsible and accountable for school closures in this plan?
Framing is throwing me off. So what we have said in the proposal and in testimony is that there will be, our proposal is that we will establish clear education quality and sort of financial viability standards for all schools. So that would include all public schools and, in our proposal, independent schools receiving public dollars. So that would include average class size minimums with an acknowledgement, again, practically speaking, that we will have some schools that are so geographically isolated that they would not be able to reach those class size minimums. And those are small by necessity, right? In addition, we would be looking at requirements around the educational opportunities that schools, we want all schools to be offering students. That was something that came straight out of the Listen and Learn, particularly from students saying that they really value and want the same opportunities for education and programming as their neighbors. So we would be working to identify what those kind of high leverage standards are that schools need to meet. And then Kim, I'm not going to say, and then therefore the agency would then close schools, because that's not what we're contemplating. We are contemplating, and I think Simmons, I'm going to call out 165, which already exists in statute, which is the process by which the state would identify if a school is meeting critical standards. It might also include sort of a menu of different ways to achieve those standards, right? So things like the sharing of staff, things like grade realignment across schools, right? So that you're achieving some of those minimum standards. So what we're identifying is a process by which clearly measurable kind of standards would be laid out, and then a process that already exists in statute that would allow the evaluation of those schools. And that may result in the closure of some schools. It may result in realignment of grades and consolidation. I think there's a lot of options. It may result in small schools that are operating more efficiently and effectively. And we have examples of that. And so we would also want to be highlighting those kind of successes. So it's not as sort of black and white or simple as are we just closing schools or not closing schools? I think there's actually quite a lot more nuance to it.
Thanks. Jenna, 1 minute.
Great. It's quick. For school boards, when we talk about voting districts or wards, how are voting districts and wards, who's drawing those? Because you have more, I'm trying to figure this out. Like I'm thinking it's our towns, but there's too many towns. You only want 5 people. So who's designing voting districts and wards? That's one question. I don't know.
It has a short answer. They would be, they would be delineated in statute like house seat districts are now. That's the best example I can give you. And the reason is that they have to meet requirements of proportional representation, 1 person, 1 vote.
Okay. So that needs to be done in statute. That's the quick answer. Thank you. I guess my second, and I wonder if this would be helpful for the general public, if you start defining some terms that people are not familiar with. In this conversation alone, we've referred to schools as magnet schools, school choice schools, private schools, independent schools, schools of choice, and public schools.
And charter schools.
And charter schools, right? So
I didn't refer to charter schools.
And I'm a little
charter
unclear.
Schools were referenced, but not by us.
I know, that's why they didn't make my list, but it was said. If we could get some clarity on what we're talking about, and then also like, I can't wrap my head around why would a public school become a school choice school? I mean, like what would be the incentive for a school to do that? I'm confused around like what would be a benefit for that. So if you could just quickly explain the benefit of a public school deciding to be a school choice school.
Yeah, so in the framework, we would have school choice schools and recognized independent schools, if that helps with the nomenclature. There were two kinds. The reason that a school board might, in my mind, select one of its public schools to be a school choice school is if two high schools that are both under enrolled are close to each other. You might want to set one aside to be a school choice school. Within that decision, you might further decide that it's going to specialize in arts or STEAM, etc. Some people have used the term magnet school, including me, to give an example of what that might look like, because Burlington has a couple of magnet schools and they're common in other states. So that's not to say that we're going to adopt a framework for magnet schools as such. It's just to give examples to help folks imagine what that looks like.
So I understand that.
Also-
I just, one last question as a follow-up of that. As we create specialized magnet schools that are going to be practical, right? Because we're looking at who can actually attend these schools. We're actually kind of creating a system that's not equitable again, right? Because I'm thinking about like the Northeast Kingdom. We are the size of Delaware. So having a magnet school that is 100 miles away from point to point, right? Like a student can't go there. And then also the amount of transportation dollars that will be spent to get children from class 4 roads over mountains in all the weather conditions that we have, it's just not practical. So I'm just wondering where the practicality might fit in to these kind of areas.
Jenna, we would expect that districts would identify those barriers to equity, right? So I think there's a difference, there are problems that need to be resolved to create and address equity, right? And there are guardrails that should be put into place to ensure equity. I would also expect that in that situation, the district would be identifying. So I'm going to, instead of using Northeast Kingdom, I'm going to go over to the other side of the state there and think about Champlain. So Champlain going from the border all the way down to Addison County, right? We would expect that the district would be taking a look at that and not say set up a school choice school only in the southern part of the district. They should be considering equity and access for all of their students and be thinking about setting up more than maybe one school choice school. So maybe BFA Fairfax becomes a school choice school with specialized programming, right? The idea here is to create an opportunity for specialized programming that all students could potentially access. That is the sort of opportunity statement.
Yeah, I think that's the concern that I have, because I think in theory, that's one thing, but I think as soon as you get to the reality of a 5-person board, that's when the wheels start to come off the bus. Whether they do that, whether they're going to centrally locate a school choice school in the middle of their district, because maybe that's not the ideal place geographically, maybe that's not where the school with under enrollment is located. So I think there's a potential disconnect between the theory and the reality.
And then what competition for those programs where they may actually already exist within some of the larger schools that you're talking about, those sort of STEM or otherwise, the innovation that's happening within some schools currently being then the place that the kid who lives there can't get into, like, or the lottery is for kids. How does that serve the equitable access to the choices?
We need to leave it here. It's 11:45. I'm going to ask board members to take a 5-minute break. What I would like to propose, and Gwen had put something in the group chat saying that she can be flexible with time. What I might suggest, because I know that at least some, I can't remember if it was Jill and or Emily, need to leave by 12. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's come back. I'd like to pick up the school day waivers first. That should be a quick item. And then we will go to item J with the advisory council on literacy presentation. All right. Thank you. This is the board's responsibility to grant waivers of the requirements of the statute, although the practice for the past several years has been to delegate this authority to the agency. since it is better equipped to consider the requests. So you've got a green sheet in the packet that the agency has prepared. I'm going to turn it over to Emily to walk us through it, but hopefully this is somewhat familiar territory for board members.
Thank you. So I want to highlight up top that I'm not going to go into too much detail because this has become an annual request that the agency has made and the state board is granted. But I think it's most important to use my time to point out that there are two requests here, but we always talk about them as one calendar waiver request. So one is that we're recommending that you delegate your authority to grant calendar waivers to the agency. And the second is we're asking you to waive one of your rules, which limits the type of calendar requests that you can consider. Your rule states that any missed days that are earlier in the year with a cutoff date of February 1st aren't eligible for you to grant waivers. So it really starts the clock after February 1st and you can consider them. Every year since the COVID pandemic and the first request like this, you have waived that rule so that the full school year is eligible for waiver.
And do board members understand as a practical matter? I think the theory was that if the missed days happened prior to February 1st, that a school would be able to tack days on at the end of the school year or maybe not have as many snow days. And this is really granting the agency the authority to waive that requirement and to sort of, I think you guys have a rubric that you've set up that would allow you to sort of consider each request and make a decision.
That's a good summary, Jennifer. We thought originally that we wouldn't ask for the waiver in non-COVID years. So where our rationale for considering any day, no matter when it occurred, used to be based on, well, COVID came at us and it was horrible. Now it's really based on facilities. I would just make that like more casual observation that now we really are seeing schools, particularly with PCB remediation, just not be able to operate their buildings because of facilities failures. But do not discriminate. They're not like snow.
So are we ready for a motion?
I think yeah.
Jenna?
Quick question. Is it different for independent schools?
Yes.
Or did we, oh, that's what I thought. Okay.
Independent schools do not have a hard and fast requirement to operate 175 days, and they're also not mentioned in 1071. So that doesn't mean we don't get questions from the independent schools, and sometimes we even get waiver requests from them. And our response is, hey, here's your requirement. It actually is keyed to you must operate the same number of days as public schools. We don't have a legal mechanism to give you a waiver, but we can provide them technical assistance about how to make sure they're meeting their specific requirement.
Thanks.
Are we ready for a motion?
The thing I was just going to say, you referenced a rubric, Jennifer. So I think it would be great practice if there is a rubric or a tool that the agency is using to implement the rule we're waiving our responsibility for, that just be something that is provided to the state board. And maybe a follow-up to inform us of those which have been granted. Or even like a tool that's like requested, granted, reason, or something like that. I think some degree of oversight on us passing this responsibility, which I know we've been doing for a couple of years now, and I agree with, like, there's no reason for us to inject ourselves, but clarity on how the decisions are made, and then if there were a problem, it would come to this body. So if either you guys denied a request or something were to happen, it'd be appealed to this body, and we've passed our responsibility to you all. So having oversight on just the outcome of that would be, I think, a reasonable practice for this board.
And I may have misspoken about a rubric. I don't know, Emily. It was something that was in the green sheet, basically saying that you guys had a system. So that, yeah.
Yeah, so I can shed some light on that so it's not a question mark. So one thing that I'd like the board to know is that we've really routinized this process, and we actually run it through the agency's data division. So we have a and I think an easier to use form and a more consistent way to gather and track that data. So there was a time when I ran it just from my computer, and imagine what a mess that was, because you don't send a lawyer to do a data collector's job. So we have really improved that practice in subsequent years. The second is that the main consideration I would share with all of you is consistency and equity. We sometimes have to really hold the line. If a proposal is coming in that would really disadvantage students because its grand total of days is out of step, is low, we are not granting those requests. We're asking school districts to hold makeup days to ensure that we don't have pockets of the state where students really just didn't get as many days of school as other parts of the state.
So Emily, maybe at the end of the school year, would you be willing to furnish to the board a summary of the requests that were made, whether they were granted or denied, and the reasons therefore?
Sure. I don't want to, I'm thinking of formatting, not that we wouldn't share all that information, but I'll tell you what we produce already, which is a summary of each school board, usually by supervisory union, even though the rule talks about district, the request, the rationale for the request, the resulting days if the request were granted. So that's going to be like that school district would have 170 days if the request was granted. Then the agency response and the resulting days as a response, because we sometimes get partial waivers. So that table will exist. It won't, we could prepare other documentation if that's not satisfactory, but that's what we have.
I think that gets to my question. Thank you. And I think, Jennifer, waiting till June would be too late for, us to have any real impact on you, just knowing. So I might suggest April, because usually, honestly, by April, schools have determined their final day. At least that was a practice in the public school that I was involved with, that you sort of, the board is notified of the final day of school, and that has taken into account any snow days and otherwise. So as a matter of practical consideration, perhaps even the April or May meeting, the agency provides the report that already exists.
When the agency has completed its waiver request review, it can furnish that information to the board.
Yeah, and if there's a process that you've routinized, Emily, that is just sort of a FYI, I'm sure I'm not going to vote against this. It's what we've been doing. But I think as a matter of practice for the board, as you're passing responsibility to the agency for rules, that there's you guys know how it's going to be handled, and then you guys have follow up on the outcome.
Okay, so I'm going to make the first motion that the State Board of Education authorize the secretary to, on its behalf, grant waivers for any unanticipated closures under 16 VSA Section 1071C in the 2024-2025 school year. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I saw Tammy first. Any further discussion?
Oh, come on, give it to Rich.
Well, I skipped over you once before because I think Mohammed beat you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Tammy, did you have a comment? We have a second motion.
That's fine. No, I was trying to click to say aye.
Oh, doing what Rich does. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a second motion that the State Board of Education waive application of State Board Rule 2311.1 for the 2024-2025 school year. Is there a second?
I'll second that one.
There we go. Rich got in.
Oh no, I should have given it to Kim.
Any
One of her
further
last
discussion?
seconds.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Emily, thank you. And I did not realize that Jill wasn't going to be back for this part of the meeting. So let me just thank both of you for coming for the governance discussion. I think that was really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll pass that along.
Hey, I have a question for Emily before she leaves. Oh, she's gone. Oh, hey, just real quick, is your background, is it a real background or is it something that you get to put on your screen?
Does that
It's
answer
real.
your question? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you never see my little kitty cat?
Oh.
Walking around back there?
If you've known Emily long enough, you've seen her slowly fill that room in.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because it looks like it's changed, but sometimes it doesn't look like it has changed and nothing seems to ever move. So that's why I was wondering.
It collects dust mostly at this
Oh.
point, Rich.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Gwen, who I hope is still with us. And let me just say, we're supposed to adjourn by 1 o'clock. I know some board members do need to step off by then, so we are kind of off schedule. We still have things to get through. So I'm just putting that out there because we're going to need to be efficient with the next hour of our time to make it through everything that's on the agenda. So is Gwen with us?
I am here.
There she
Yes,
is.
thank you.
Hey.
And I have a quick question. Would you like me to share the slides that I sent ahead, or would you like me to speak without the slides and then answer questions?
So speaking for myself, I haven't seen the slides, but if they've been posted, I can pull them up if it's easier for you to see the board members.
All right. I did share them ahead. So let me just, I'll see if I can pull that up.
They might not have been emailed, but maybe they're with the agenda packet.
Okay, hang on.
And I think when it's also helpful for those watching. So thank you.
Thanks, you're welcome. All right, just taking me a moment. Is it showing yet?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, terrific. All right, I'm just gonna back up so you can see.
And Gwen, thank you very much for being flexible.
Oh, of course, this is such an important time in our educational lives. As a public school administrator, I fully appreciate the thoughtful conversation. So a little bit about me. I'm Gwen Carmoli. I'm Director of Curriculum here in Colchester. I wear a few different hats. One is that I'm the chair of the Advisory Council on Literacy for the state, and I represent the Vermont curriculum leaders there, and then was selected as the chair when at the time it was the council by Act 28, and then when the council was continued with Act 139, the chair position continued. I also am a co-president of the Vermont curriculum leaders and have been in this role of curriculum for about 20 years. Prior to that, I was a classroom teacher, early educator, and a literacy interventionist. I love our Vermont schools. I love literacy, and I love the moment that students become readers. It's a fabulous moment. All right, so are you able to see the slides?
Well, I was just going to ask, I can see myself, and I don't know if everyone else can only see me. Oh, there we go.
Now can you see the slides? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So as an advisory council, we were established by Act 28, which was a law that was passed in 2021. And there were a set of tasks that were set out that were really focused on early literacy. One of the things we needed to do was look at statute 2903, which is early literacy in the statewide literacy plan. We needed to make some recommendations regarding instructional practices, data collection. So I just show you this grid to let you know that where we originated. And then Act 139 that was passed in 2024 continued the exact same tasks. So the council is very interested in moving into adolescent literacy. We're also interested in early education, so pre-K, the early grades, and in writing. But right now, the statutes that have set us up, the laws that have been enacted and tasked us with are focusing on the early grades. We have representation from organizations across the state, and they include the, we call them the V's, the Superintendent's Association, School Board Association, the Special Education Association principals, the independent schools, the Vermont Education, the Vermont NEA, the state librarians, and the curriculum directors. And then we have 2-year terms that represent roles around the state. You'll see that we do have one opening. We're waiting for Secretary Saunders to appoint a community member. We had someone who had been filling in who was needed to step down. So we have representation, and it's comprised of people who are working with or advocating for students, including a high school student we have from the middle part of the state. You'll notice there's literacy expertise, dyslexia expertise, higher education was recently added. So we have wide representation. As we consider our work on the council, we work in the condition of the Vermont requirements. So I've included for you what those requirements are. And there is a brand new one that was added. It's highlighted in yellow across the screen. Statute 2907 was added to reflect part of what came up in Act 139, which is that reading assessment and intervention that came up for grades K to 3. You'll notice we have our state rules, the Manual of Rules and Practices, the Education Quality Standards. You work with those a lot. Acts 28, Act 173, which was about multi-tiered systems of support. Act 139, which was passed last May, at the very end of May, around young readers. And then some previous statutes, which were about the systems of support and preventing early school failure. So as we're moving our way through the tasks, we're thinking about, we have to make sure that the recommendations we are making line up with our current requirements. We also, and I was really pleased that Tammy Colby brought this up, it was related to another topic, but we use evidence-based resources. So there can be a lot of opinions about literacy, and there's a very large national conversation about that. We certainly honor the opinions and the conversation, and we try to root ourselves with what does evidence say are the best practices for. And so we've agreed upon these these resources. They are available, and as we consider recommendation, we make sure that it lines up with both state requirements and evidence-based information. The piece that I wanted to highlight here was that Act 139, when they set tasks for the council, kept the exact same tasks for us. We had already completed tasks. So the column where it says Act 139, it says monitor results. So we finished the tasks, but there's still room for us to continue to revisit them. And so these are the ways in which we are revisiting them. I included for you 3 slides, and you don't need to go through all of these, but I wanted you to be able to see them. That beginning in December of 2021, we started making a series of recommendations based on the tasks. These are included in an annual report that has gone to the General Assembly, to you as the State Board of Education, and to the Agency of Education. And now in Act 139, recommendations go, they go just to the agency, to Secretary Saunders, and she does the secretary considers the recommendations. So we began reviewing Statute 2903. Then we moved into the blueprint, which is our statewide early literacy plan. We worked on recommendations for improvement. And then we talked about data collection and support or recommendations regarding Act 139. On Act 139, it was happening while we were finishing up our set of meetings, and we were not certain that the advisory council was going to continue. We didn't have enough time. Usually we gather input, we prioritize, we take a vote. On that last set of considerations for Act 139, we didn't have enough time to get to the voting part, but so we gathered the input, and I wanted you to be able to see that. Just broadly, here's a timeline that moved from Act 28 through the most recent of statutes, which was the one that was added to reflect that information that came out of Act 139. The key thread through all of this is this early literacy piece, that the work that the council has been really focusing on, though there's a lot of interest in literacy in any grade, it was really focused on those early grades. There is a question right now at it's sitting in a proposed bill S15 with Senate Education. There was a change that happened in some language in Act 139 that removed a clause that had sat in previous statute 2903. It had previously been focused, as statute 2903 had been focused on those early grades. And then it had a clause that said, or a part that said that for students who are enrolled in grades 5 through 12, whose reading proficiency creates a barrier to the student's success in school, that they would be, have a requirement for supplemental education. Because Act 139 was really focused on the early grades, the statute that was updated was reflective of that language. Here's a side-by-side for you to see what the previous statute 2903 looks like and the new version of statute 2903. There was concern about the two highlighted words, such schools. In the new language, such schools is referring to the sentence in front of it, which says kindergarten grade instruction in, let me just move my thing, instruction in grades, kindergartens 1, 2, or 3. And so such schools was referring to that. There is a concern that we've then left out some students who may have difficulties beyond grade 3. So there is a new bill was generated and introduced related to, could we bring that clause back? Let's see. The proposed bill was introduced by Senator Gulick. She was she had sat on Senate Education. She was the vice chair of Senate Education as Act 139 was being considered. She introduced the bill earlier this month, and I would say really the intention is to maintain it as a K-3 bill, but then add this this amended language back in. Really, the advocates of S15 are hoping to restore that language to keep that supplemental reading for students who are beyond grade 3 who may be having difficulty. The council, we actually meet this afternoon at 3 o'clock. We have online meetings 4 times a year as outlined in Act 139. Has been asked the question, would we support S15? The proposed bill came up between our meeting in December and between this meeting. So I don't have an answer from the council yet. We're going to be introducing that today. You're getting the sneak peek and then we're going to be surveying them. I'm not sure I'm going to have I don't know where it's going to land, but based on the work that we have done to date and based on our recommendations, I could say that the council could consider supporting it if Act 139 remains a K-3 law. That is really key to the work that set up the work from Act 28 and Act 139. The resources we've used on early literacy, the evidence-based resources, the tasks that we've had, and sorry, my phone is ringing. I so apologize. The work we've done to date. We also have said, the council has indicated in some of our recommendations that we are very interested in supporting students of any grade, and that's part of our overall theory of action. The way in which we're trying to support every student is through this early intervention, this focus on resources and stronger requirements in the early grades that include universal screening, parental notification for students who are significantly below, evidence-based instruction and supplemental support in the areas of phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. But if, and the law's already been passed and enacted, schools around the state, K-3 schools and K-3 grades, grades K-3 are implementing Act 139. So to shift that and make that suddenly a K-12 law actually doesn't line up with the resources or the work that we've done to date. Phonemic awareness is not something we would screen. That's rhyming, that's sounds, parts of words. Phonemic awareness is one of the early pieces that then leads into phonics. Those phonemic awareness and phonics are not pieces we would use in middle grades and in high school to screen every single student. It may be something we would use if we were screening on grade level comprehension and a student doesn't do well. Sometimes you back up to that point, but it would, some of the elements that sit in Act 139 would not be appropriate. So the yes, if is really important because K-3 has been the focus of our work and it's the law that's heading in. And then just a little summary for you of like why I highlighted the areas. Act 28 was really focusing on 2903, which is early literacy. The statewide literacy plan is our early literacy plan for grades K to 3rd grade. Act 139 is about, the name of it is an act related to supporting Vermont's young readers and evidence-based literacy instruction, and our resources focus that way. I really wanted to take the time that you have or consider it, and I know you're tight on time, so if you want to send me questions, I can respond back in writing. I'm happy to. I just want to thank you. You've been, as a board, you've been so supportive of the work that we're doing in literacy across the state. You're really working to increase literacy achievement for all of our students and be available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Gwen. And I want to point out before I get to Mohammed, because I see your hand is raised, that when Gwen sent the annual report, and this was back in December, I emailed her and asked if she would be willing to come in and talk to the board. And she was very excited to do so. So I know that preparing a presentation always takes time, and certainly being with us here today. But I'm really excited to have you here. I'm glad that you could find the time to come in with us. I have a question, but Mohammed, you were first.
Thank you. Thank you, Gwen. Good to see you behind the screen. Hey, I am very appreciative of the council's work or advocacy around expanding Act 139, because with all that you presented, I feel and see that multilingual learners are not considered in this. Why am I saying this? Because we often receive students from abroad who come to us at grade 11, let's say, but they still need the phonemic awareness you mentioned that is needed or relevant to K through 3. But in reality, that phonemic awareness is still needed at the high school level currently.
Yeah, thank you. And we have a representative from your school system who actually several of our members bring up multilingual learner, and one of the practice guides we have used actually has been one of the practice guides focused on multilingual learners. I didn't include that. I should have in this presentation, so I really appreciate that. It is an area of particular interest for the council because it is one of our historically underserved populations, and there are particular needs. And some of the evidence for multilingual learners differs from some of the adolescent learning evidence. And so we need to take that into consideration. So thank you. I really appreciate that. And nice to see you as well.
Likewise.
Bye.
So Gwen, I believe it was in December, January. I think it was December. We had the agency do a presentation on Read Vermont, which also grew out of Act 139. And I'm just wondering if you can sort of speak to how Read Vermont and the Advisory Council are interrelated, or how, like, are there sort of lines between what the agency is doing with Read Vermont and what you're doing with your initiative?
Sure. I would say the intention is a shared intention to increase achievement and close achievement gaps. And it's been a strong focus for this current administration and the previous administration. What I would say is Act 28 and Act 139 created some funding for the agency for a literacy position and for some resources. Act 28 created some resources. So they were able to use some ESSA or ESSER dollars. I'm actually not sure whether I think it was probably ESSER dollars from pandemic. And then as Act 139 was getting considered, the agency was saying, what are some ways we could take some of that leftover? There was a little bit of funding left over from Act 28, and there were two other funding sources. One was a little bit of dollars within their budget. And then I think they had another, maybe Title I dollars. Don't quote me on the third, but they did some braided funding, and they said, how can we serve more than just that K-3? That early intervention is really important. And we are, as a state, are committed to, from before students come in kindergarten and through high school, all the way through meeting those needs. So Read Vermont is aiming to provide resources for the K-3 work that Act 139 is doing and go beyond that. So professional learning that addresses adolescent learning beyond professional learning beyond grade 3, so grades 4 through grade 12. They have literacy modules available. They have on-site coaching. They developed some guidance with some dollars, and then they're doing some online professional learning opportunities as well. So they're doing a lot of different initiatives. What I would say is it's commitment to literacy broadly. And then Act 139 has really and the advisory council out of Act 139 is focused on the tasks that are set up in really focused on grades K-3.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy.
First of all, thank you, Gwen. It's really great to have you here, and we really appreciate all your work. I'm curious, is it typical for the kind of policy that we see in statute in Vermont to be prescribed in statute as opposed to sort of operating procedures and things like that that we see that come out of agencies, right? Like, I'm thinking about Mississippi and other places. I'm curious if this is something that you've looked at, because one of my concerns is that just like you've already identified, like the slide that just sort of caught my eyes, like all these little statutory things, right, aren't very nimble. And so I'm curious as to, like, should we be doing this in statute, or should we have a broader framework in statute and then be having things in rule or regulation, which does fall under the state board's purview, right, where we could be more nimble and have public comment and updating these things without having to pass new laws? And I'm curious if that's part one. And then part two, my understanding is that other states don't do this in statute. It's actually done more in rule. And I'm curious if you know something about that.
Well, I would look to one of our neighbors, Massachusetts, as an example. They have a really skinny little statute, and then they have a lot of resource and guidelines that come out of their state. And I think that's an example that we used as we were working our way through Act 139. I think it started as S204, and the House had a different bill. We were almost saying like less is more, because there are shifts. There's shifts that happen in evidence. There's shifts that happen. Right now, you're considering a major governance structure, which could have impact on assessment or new evidence-based practice that comes out of assessment. So I think in general, less is more. And yet, at the same time, there's this enormous push across the country to have statute in particular to provide early intervention for learners. Some call it specifically to the struggling learner for dyslexia. Some are about early learning, and some sort of braid that together. What we have done, I think, is created a little bit of a mashup of a bill that it came down to about 11 o'clock on the last hour power of the legislature in conference committee, but they were able to come up with agreement on this is a priority. Early intervention in grades K-3 is a priority. And then they put a lot of technical pieces in there. It makes it really challenging because then we have to implement this, and it may change next year based on new evidence-based practices. So it is tricky.
So let me sort of pull the string on that just a little bit with you, Glenn. I know your head is so into this and you've been so instrumental in the state, and I appreciate that so much. If we state board right now and for the near future, at least, we do the rules, right? And so I'm curious about, is there a better policy model here that supports the field where we have more frameworks and statute, and then we're able to sort of do some of these things in the rules so that we're still having sort of guidance and particulars for districts to follow, right? Like it's not a complete free for all out there. We can provide more detail in the rule, but then that could, rules can be updated. It's a little easier to do that. I'm curious as to sort of your reflections of the field. Would that be a stronger model? And then also in our current rule, are our current rules doing what they need to do to support the work that you need to do?
Well, when they're really detailed, I would say in general, when the new rule happens, it takes us a while to understand it, build the resources. Sometimes they're the dollars and the training and the materials. So when it's a bulky requirement, there's more work that has to happen on the ground in order to make that implementation happen. I would say guidance and resources are key, and it doesn't really, from my perspective, I'm not sure that it matters whether it's through law or rules, but law makes it complicates it because it turns it into, it can be a back and forth of politics and miss the key pieces that are important, and evidence can get lost, or misunderstood or not even looked at all. The story sometimes becomes more important than what the evidence says. So I do like it when the rules are really rooted in the most recent of the evidence-based practices, and less is more at the requirement level, personally.
And maybe some of this isn't things that need to be in statute or regulation at all. Maybe this needs to be in the core work of the agency and supporting. I'm hearing support for practice. I'm hearing professional development. None of that is statute or rule, right?
Yeah.
Like that's just good support.
Yeah, and I would say that another piece of this is that we can put a lot in place in terms of law and rule, and we can still have very limited funding, which makes it very challenging. And so resource includes funding, which is really, really important. And that has come out loud and clear on the council. My council members have said, if you're going to require something, you need to back it up with the resources to be able to do that. So an example of universal screening, like we have this requirement for universal screening. We have school systems that are facing cuts right now in budgets, and they're going to have to make difficult choices, and they may not have the funds, and these programs are expensive.
Let me ask you just one follow-up question, and I'll hand it off to Kim. I think you bring up sort of another good point that I wanted to ask is, this takes resources, and the governor's proposal for a new funding system is based on an evidence-based model. I don't see anywhere in the assumptions for the evidence-based model any assumptions about resources for universal screening, even though that's required in statute. And I'm curious, have you looked at, did I just miss it? Or, is this something that you've looked for in that model? Is this something that should be, because if it's not, since this is in statute, it seems like that should be in the evidence-based model. And
well, they provided some recent guidance, and some of the resources that were included in the guidance are available for free on Universal Screener. they are one-on-one assessments, so they take longer to do. Now they're short assessments, but they're one-on-one assessments. So you multiply that by a classroom, or if you're in a situation where you're platooning, you might have 2 or 4 classrooms that you're doing those screenings on. That's time. Some of the other assessments, one of the ones that was included on the recommendation does have an online component. But that's pricey, that's a per pupil expense.
Is that included in the governor's funding proposal? Right, so the governor's funding proposal names all the things, all its assumptions, right, about what should be in funding, and I don't see any of the things you've talked about
I don't
included
recall.
in those assumptions.
I don't recall,
Okay.
but I will give they did, what a couple of the ones that made the cut were free and available.
Okay, thanks, Gwen, appreciate
You're
it. Thank you again for all your good work.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Kim, last question.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Gwen. I think the question or curiosity I have is the level of detail that makes its way into statute and becomes less nimble and responsive to, important strategies and actually moving outcomes on literacy for students. I feel sometimes that level of detail in statute comes about by fear of it not getting done. For instance, screening students at early ages. And so I'm thinking a little bit more about in other states where it's not in statute, for instance, or it is in regulation, how do we ensure that these initiatives are having the intended effect and are in fact being implemented in the field? I know how hard our districts are working, and I also know the limitations of resources. So I pose that as if legislators were in a place to look at other models and think about a broader framework policy position that then had implementability with accountability, do you have suggestions for what that might look like? Or maybe similar to MTSS, like how do we make sure this stuff is happening?
Yeah,
for students.
One of the resources we used was the state policy levers, which came out of one of the REL, the regional labs. And it was written by Dr. Barbara Foreman, and it took evidence-based resources and recommendations said these are like 4 or 5 big levers that make a big difference. One of the pieces that made the difference in some states is this like on the ground resource and coaching that was available. And I think that's why the state really moved to take that funding, that braided funding, and create the Read Vermont, which was to provide more resource for school systems. It was not necessarily about dollars to the school systems, but it's how do you provide professional learning that's available across the state? How do you provide coaching that could be available to provide some feedback to teachers as they're shifting their practices, or how to use these assessments and determine intervention? But what didn't get included was looking at some of the top states. We do have some states who've done better than others. The model they were looking at is who has grown the most in early literacy, and they were really focusing on Mississippi in particular. And then I would say out of NAEP, I think they're probably going to look, I think it was Louisiana, it was either Louisiana or Alabama had done very well. But what they didn't look at was one of our neighbors, Massachusetts, has some of the strongest assessment results. What are they doing that we may not be doing? I think that's critically important, and I just don't think that's been part of the conversation enough. If it has, I don't think it's been there enough.
And do you think do we have mechanisms currently for reporting so that those data points, other than kneecap results, for instance, are coming back to the state level to focus data points that are focused on early literacy?
Part of Act 139 was a data collection. It's an annual data collection on how many students and what percentage of students are below grade level. It also asks which I think they're developing a survey around which instructional programs are you using. Is it enough? I'm not sure. But one thing that actually was that the council said as we brought the question forward on data, they did not support the data collection. Not because they want data to be used in at the school system level. That's where the data needs to be used in order to put instructional decision making. They said they didn't have the confidence that the agency had enough resource themselves to take this data that we might be collecting and sort of make the data similar across systems and then find usable information. So they had questions about capacity. They had questions about, who would do it, what data, what would the collection look like? And that it did not end up being one of our recommendations. The recommendation that the council said was to have data that we use, and it could be guidance on how to use data. Back to Tammy's point and your point, like, how do we use this is important, but the sharing of the data is not necessarily the important piece. It's that you're making sure you're gathering the data and you're using it is the important part.
And I guess a statewide gathering would be valuable in that it would be the assurance that the data is being gathered at the school level, because
right.
And perhaps the ability to see themes, because you would know the programs being used and
Correct.
may be able to see the growth metrics, or like there is a value to a 30,000 foot that is regardless of capacity, I think.
And I come from a large district in the state and we have data systems, and I'm not afraid. Like, I love data and I'm happy to share my data, and I'm happy to share where we're strong and growing and where we need to grow, and which instructional programs we're using. And I might say instructional strategies, because sometimes programs don't include all the strategies that we need. So I'm not afraid of that, but as a council, I have to represent the council, and what the council said was there was concern about capacity.
Yeah, and I think that's important to highlight. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we need to leave that here. Gwen, thank you very much. This was really engaging conversation, and I just appreciate the work that the council is doing.
Thank you. Please feel free to follow up with any questions. Our meetings are online like yours are. You're welcome to join and attend anytime. And I appreciate you. So thank you.
Good luck this afternoon.
Gwen, please take our appreciation back to the council. I know everybody on the council is our volunteers, and this is something they do because it's important to them. So we appreciate not just you, but also the council.
I will. I'll pass that on today. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, so next up, we have an update on the Commission of Future of Public Education in Vermont. So couple of sort of quick updates. One, the commission has hired Afton Partners to assist with communication and engagement. The communication and engagement subcommittee of the commission has kind of been on pause for the last couple of months, but the commission has decided to sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Reconstitute, well, not reconstitute, it was never unconstituted, but to put that committee back in action to work with Afton Partners. So in the act, there was a specific list of organizations that needed to be consulted. So Afton Partners is going to work with the communication and engagement subcommittee to do that outreach, as well as outreach for other groups that weren't listed in the act but still need to be approached because maybe they haven't been engaged and their voice is really important. So sort of historically underrepresented communities, but the subcommittee will be working on that. Tammy, did you have a question about that, or do you want to?
I do have a little bit of a question. First of all, sure. Afton's great. I'm thrilled to see that you guys selected them, carrying that career. It's some of the best in the business. But I'm having a hard time engaging on what? Like what is the engagement? What is the engagement around, right? Like what are you soliciting input on, right?
So,
is it?
They presented at, oh, which meeting? We're now meeting every other week, and so the weeks are kind of blending together. I believe it was at our February 10th meeting. They had a presentation, and from what I understand, and again, I'm not on that subcommittee, but their approach is to both engage with the community and solicit feedback, but also as the commission continues to work to help present information back out to the communities, you know, whether it's through.
So feedback on what? The governor's proposal or the commission's
on the work
work?
of the commission, on the work of the commission, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky, where I think we've seen this in the General Assembly, and I think the commission is feeling the same thing. So the commission was envisioned last legislative session before the agency embarked on its Listen and Learn tour, before, you know, the agency and the administration put together this education transformation proposal. This was work that I think the commission thought that it was going to be doing. This is work that the General Assembly thought that the commission was going to be doing. And now that the administration has put forward this proposal, it's kind of tripped everyone up a little bit, where everyone's sort of like, okay, well, what are we supposed to be doing? And the last couple of meetings that I've been to, I've expressed my confusion as to, are we just responding to the education proposal? Are we creating our own education proposal? And my deep suspicion that we don't really have the time to do that. So what are we doing? So I think the commission is having a little bit of reflection on, you know, how to continue to be relevant. And you know, what Megan Roy, who's the chair, has really pulled the commission back to, and she has testified a couple of times before the General Assembly about the work of the commission, is that at the beginning of the commission's work, we created the 3 pillars. So governance, equity, and sustainability and affordability. And so really focused on those 3 priorities that sort of transcend, you know, whether we're talking about the governor's proposal or whether we're talking about, you know, any aspect of how to modify education. The commission still believes that those 3 lenses are important lenses by which to view any proposal. So this past Monday, we were actually supposed to have you come in and provide, and that's totally fine. But as you know, there was going to be a presentation about funding formulas and how to think about those funding formulas. Just so the board knows, Tammy could not make that meeting, but has really, you know, peppered the record with presentations she's given before other committees and slide presentations. We talked about that earlier in today's meeting. So what the commission did instead was we had a really strong conversation about questions that board members had about the proposal, the funding formula. And this kind of brings me to my next point. It sounds like there will be a motion that will be entertained at our next meeting, which is, I think, March 3rd, for the commission to vote on whether or not it supports the governor's education proposal. My thought, and we can talk about this, this is one of my inflection points here, is that the last time the board had a conversation about the governor's proposal, the board didn't make a statement for or against, but basically said we need more information. And at this point, we are unable to support or communicate our lack of support for the proposal. So unless I hear otherwise from the board, that's going to be the message that I communicate. And I will not be voting either for or against the proposal, but I would just be communicating that that was the board's position. Kim?
I guess I think if the question is an up or down on the proposal as written currently, I thought the feedback as we were discussing this pretty vigorously said we don't support the proposal as made. Like you could take that vote right now and know that information.
So that's a possibility. We have not taken a vote on it. I mean, when we last discussed this at our February 3rd special meeting, the general consensus was that board members didn't have enough information to be able to make that determination. So as I
And
said,
a month
this,
later, we still don't have that information. If you're being asked for a vote on the commission for the State Board of Ed's position,
so this
I
is an
think we've got
inflection
a
point.
position.
Okay, so this is an inflection point. This is a topic for conversation. So we
Should I
can,
make a motion or?
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how you want it formed.
do you want to make a motion that the board
I'll make a motion.
supports? Okay.
Thanks, Tammy.
I'm in this again, just to get the conversation, get the ball rolling here, is I move that the board authorize the chair to abstain from voting either for or against the governor's reform proposal at the March 3rd meeting. And that abstention is because the board has insufficient information, particularly on the implementation details for the proposal, to make an educated judgment about whether or not that proposal is a proposal we can support. And again, I'm just getting something on the floor for us to discuss.
Thank you,
I'd
Tammy.
second that.
All right, seconded by Lyle. Discussion. Gray.
Can you hear me? Having some
Yeah.
trouble with muting and unmuting and have my camera on and off and stuff like that. I think that we should advise you to vote no. That's my feelings about it. One, I feel like, if we're put in this situation, the commission is put in this situation where it has to be voted on, and we feel that we don't know whether or not it's able to be implemented, that's a no vote to me, not an abstention, because otherwise, if everyone for instance, if half of half of everyone on the commission felt that they didn't have enough information and therefore would abstain, and the other half wanted to go through with it, then it would just pass. But I feel like it's important to represent as a yes or no vote how we feel about it with the information we have. So I'm not pro abstaining. I would prefer for it to be a no vote, and also particularly on the rulemaking piece, as I've stated many times, that really worries me. And I think it's best if we, I mean, I won't speak for the board, but if we felt that way about that piece of it, I think it's best if we stated that through a no vote that no, we really do not like that consolidation of rulemaking.
Thank you, Kim, and then Rich. And let me just, I'm not trying to shut the conversation down. I'm just trying to make sure that we hit the points that we need to hit before we run out of time and lose a quorum. So Kim and then Rich.
I'm going to echo Gray's sentiment, and I'm sorry I didn't move more quickly on that motion, because I think that's a more efficient motion and it's more reflective of what the conversations have been. There's been no additional information coming, no additional details. We don't have any more or less information than anybody else sitting on that commission. So if we don't express our concern, there's been no evolution on the plan. We should take a position on the plan as currently written, and you can explain your vote to say that there are concerns regarding implementation, shifting and loss of separation of control or whatever. However you have otherwise previously represented us in that way, I think would support a no vote. We do not support the plan as written.
So I think I can either withdraw my motion. Again, I just put something on the table that reflected where Jennifer was starting the conversation. I can either withdraw my motion, or we can vote it down and put another motion out.
We can also vote to make a motion to amend the motion to be a no vote. But I want to hear what people are. I want to get a general consensus before we go on that road.
I'm also happy to withdraw my motion and have Kim, if you want to put a no vote motion, whatever's most efficient, I'm fine with it. Again, I just want to be clear. I wasn't suggesting we shouldn't vote no. I was just trying to get a motion on the table that reflected
I'm
what
in favor of
your
efficiency to Gray's recommendation.
Let me hear from Rich if you still want to speak, and Mohammed.
I was just going to ask you, Jennifer, if you didn't have the board, if it was just you, because you've attended all the meetings, you've been through it all. I mean, what would you vote if you didn't have a board, if you were just a member appointed because you were a wonderful person?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not in that position, and I've tried very carefully to always, keep that hat on. my personal opinion is irrelevant. I'm really there to represent the board.
Well, and I just, for me to help make my decision, I'd really like, because I mean, all I've done is read I've read the minutes, I've read the reports, but I haven't attended the meetings. And when you read something, you don't get the flavor of really what's going on. And that's what I was just wondering, if you would be willing to give your thought, I would really appreciate it. And if you're not, I understand.
So briefly, I do have concerns about the proposal. I have a concern about the 5-district model. I think it's too big. I worry that, just kind of for reasons that I articulated earlier, that I think it's the risk to me is that small communities are going to get rolled over. So.
Thank you.
Yep. Mohammed?
As for now, until further details, clarity, which we do not have currently. Where we stand right now, I am absolutely going for no, just because I am concerned about implementation and districts, like small communities out there. We have a lot of work to do internally. It's just like, picture Vermont as a state, which is the widest state, in the country. People like Mohammed arrived in this state. Some of us passed through USCRI. I'm talking about refugees. I am not a refugee, but in that sense, there's no difference. When I'm saying this, I'm referring to really people who do not have support, and I'm referring to minorities. And when I say minorities, I'm not only referring to refugees or immigrants, I'm even referring to white Americans that are white Vermonters, native Vermonters, who feel that they do not have the support they need in the rural communities. Think of transportation, think of the weather, there is so much to think about to implement this, to make it effective. And we do not have the details to make this effective. So I'm concerned about that. I'm going to opt for no for now.
Thank you. So given the time, let me flip this. And if there is anyone who is inclined to have me abstain or vote for the proposal, raise your hand. If not, we will consider the motion and vote on it. Anyone in favor of me abstaining or voting for?
I think you should vote as a chair, that you can, it's your choice to vote or to either create or break a tie.
That is true.
So should I amend my motion then? I amend my motion to authorize Jennifer to vote no if the commission takes a vote on supporting or not supporting the governor's proposal.
I would
On
second.
March 3rd.
Okay. On March 3rd. On March 3rd.
And my initial thought was to not look at that.
I don't actually want to put a date on that, Jennifer. Actually, I don't want to say we're March 3rd. I just want to say, because if they reschedule the meeting, if the meeting got scheduled due to a snowstorm to March 4th, then
so that is my concern. But I guess how about if we make the motion that as of the date of today's board meeting, that the decision, the general consensus of the board is for the chair to vote no on the education proposal. And I will pause there. The reason I'm thinking that is I think it's helpful to have some sort of time constraint on it, because this might become an issue again. And maybe we're having a conversation in April, and then I wouldn't want to have to rescind this motion. So I think if we somehow box today's decision in, so maybe we box it by today's meeting, if that works for board members.
How about we box it into the proposal as it's written now, right? Because what I think that's what you're saying. Like maybe in April they take input and they change it, and then it's not the same. So it's the proposal that we have considered now that's publicly available that we've discussed. If that proposal changes as of today, right? This is a proposal we saw, we've taken testimony on, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
If it changes,
Okay, so that is the amended motion. Is there a second to the amended motion? Seconded by Kim. So the procedure is we are going to vote on the amended motion. If it passes, then that's it. If it fails, then we will go back to the original motion. So all those in favor, and let me ask Suzanne to do a roll call.
Can you restate the amended motion, please?
Please.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
That the board.
The proposal is written.
The board authorizes the chair in her capacity representing the board on the commission for public education, or whatever the commission's title is, to vote no, in the instance where a vote is taken on whether to support the governor's education reform proposal as has been reviewed and considered by the board at this point in time.
As of
I'm
today.
sure that, yeah, at this point in time, or today's date. Suzanne, make that pretty when you type it up, but that's like the gist.
I will do my best.
That. And now I think I understand.
Okay.
That an affirmative vote is enabling Jennifer in her position to represent us on the commission and vote no on the current proposal, governor's proposal on the transformation of education. A yes vote is a no. Got it.
A yes vote is a no.
Clear as a mud.
Suzanne, will you do a roll call, please?
Yes, I will. Mohammed Jope.
Yes.
Gray Farron.
Yes.
Kim Gleason.
Yes.
Tammy Colby.
Yes.
Lyle Jepson.
Yes. Yeah.
Tom Lovett. Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes.
Rich Werner.
Yes.
Chair Samuelson, will you be voting?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So just two other quick updates. I think I did mention this, but just to make sure that I covered this off, the commission is now meeting every 2 weeks. And the chair, Megan Roy, is proposing to send regular communications to the General Assembly regarding each of the 3 policy areas that I had identified: governance, equity, and sustainability and affordability. There is also a plan that is not yet fleshed out for the commission to go back to the General Assembly with a request that the General Assembly revise the scope of our work and to really allow the commission to think sort of at the higher level now that there is this proposal on the table, and to also have beyond October to complete our work. So that was to have been a topic of conversation at a steering committee meeting on Monday, but we didn't have a quorum. So I think that's going to get rolled to the next commission meeting. Lyle?
Totally different topic. I need to jump off, but I wanted to once again thank Kim and Jenna for your work and guiding us forward. And I look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. If there's nothing further on the commission, then what I would propose is maybe let's hold off on the Student Performance Standards Committee update unless, okay.
We don't really have anything, I think, Jennifer. It might just be important to note that Tammy and I, the work will continue, but it had been on pause there with consideration of executive orders, and Vermont is considering those more broadly. So we are going to propose to, and we can maybe double check, and maybe Mohammed and Gray can get back to us. We'd like to move the March 3rd currently warned meeting to March 10th. And I'll continue to support Tammy as co-chair until the new board members sworn in March. So we currently have a meeting warned the 3rd and the 17th of March. What we're proposing is that the March 3rd meeting be moved to the 10th. And Gray and Mohammed, if you can take a quick look and confirm your availability.
The 10th.
What time?
The 10th
what
of
time?
March, 3:45.
That works.
So we are gonna, if it's okay, Suzanne, move that March 3rd meeting to the 10th, and that's just forewarning. Right now, we'll have meetings warned March 10th and 17th. We'll cancel if necessary, but we remain sort of committed to the committee's role in this work. So thank you. Tammy, anything else?
No, but I'm one of the people who has to drop off here. So
Yeah.
do we need a
Thanks,
do we
folks.
have a quorum or a vote problem if I drop off?
What I see, Mohammed, Gray, you, Jenna, Rich, Kim, me.
Okay.
So I think you can drop off.
Okay. I'm sorry, everyone.
No, thank you.
Thank you
And
again
I'm
to
leaving
Kim and
too.
Jenna
I'm
for
leaving
both
in 10
your
minutes.
Otherwise, we can't adjourn, right? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. So Tammy,
I'll be leaving in
Thank you,
about.
everyone.
The meeting will
Mohammed, do you have
adjourn when
5
the
minutes?
last member drops off.
Mohammed, do you have
It's,
5
Yeah,
minutes?
if you don't have a quorum, that's when the
Robert's
meeting
rules.
adjourns.
Am I okay to
Perfect.
drop off?
yes.
Yes.
We okay? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you again to Kim and Jenna for your service.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Okay, so the last item on the agenda is just future meeting planning. We will probably hear from Katie Ballard with the Special Education Advisory Panel. We had asked her to not come in today just because I knew I was going to have a full agenda. So she will probably be on the March agenda. We should have new members swearing in. It's also, we do elections every other year, so we will do elections and reorganization. We will have a roles and responsibilities committee update. And that's what I have on my list. Anything else?
I think the only thing I'd suggest for you guys to consider is where the governance conversation goes. And I think that one of the things that I'll call attention to is predating our time, the meetings were on Mondays. I mentioned that before, and that enabled the legislators and other folks busy at this time of year to be dialed in and not be conflicted, and even the secretary being conflicted in where people need to be in these times. So I would invite the board to consider whether Mondays would make more sense again. And then I would also ask the board to consider whether or not the every 2 years vote could take place in like December or January, when you don't have brand new board members being in a position of trying to figure out what's going on and who is going to lead. I think it is a setup that Jenna and I experienced when we first came on the board as well. And it makes for a very somewhat uncomfortable first meeting, if you will. You're asked to take a vote on a structure of an organization and you've not even, been introduced to the people in the room. So I would invite you all to consider that moving forward and to think about a better time for it, which I think would make sense to have it be, December or January if I were recommending.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
You're welcome.
Final last words. Not that everybody loves a whole day meeting, but it was a whole day meeting. And even during COVID, it was a whole day meeting. And I feel more in the past 8 months, or maybe past year, that this board has been really highly engaged, and there's been more times every single month that we are shut off, right? Like we are like, oh, out of time, we're out of time. So I would be, I guess, leaning towards a whole day meeting, and really that, making sure the agenda has time to finish and not leave things lingering
I
off.
think when I started on the board, I mean, the whole day, it would end at, 2 to 3, somewhere in there. And that was also before we moved to the committee structure.
Yeah. With John Carroll, we were meeting
4:30.
Right.
Yeah,
We were
like 9 to 4:30.
Yeah, I think we were like 8:30 to 4:30. And when we met in person, we had lunch. But other than that, it was like a quick lunch if he gave us lunch. I mean, it was a tight ship, but it was all day.
But it was Oliver who stood up the committee structure, which the whole idea behind that was to allow the meetings not to be all day. But I hear your point.
I get it. I get it in theory, but in practice, we run out of time. So.
Okay, with that, we are out of time. Motion to adjourn.
I'll make a
I
motion
think
to
Kim
adjourn.
and
I think I saw Jenna and I saw Kim. So
there you go. Apt.
All those in favor, please raise your hand to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hey, thank you, everybody, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Thanks.